let's rock and roll and kick it off with Coronation Day. Doesn't sound like a very happy Coronation Day. Sounds a little despotic, if you will, as in like a dictator. Sounds like a dictator is getting the throne here. Let's break down a couple interesting things here along the way. Now, it starts off So it starts off a little James Bondy. I'm saying, well, that does sound like James Bond. It's because that literally is how James Bond starts. James Bond theme. It's like taking a minor chord and then going, well, here we go. Taking a minor chord and going one minor, key of C. Okay, so it's taking a one minor, then a one minor with a sharp 5, and then a one minor with a 6. And there you go. I'll explain a little bit more about the Roman numerals and numbers as we go along the way. But that's how it starts off, which is pretty cool. So it implies, whenever we hear this James Bond sort of movement in OSTs, at least up until now, usually implies something nefarious is going on. So this further backs up my idea that maybe this is not the best coronation ever. Either something's going wrong with the coronation or we're coronating the wrong person. I'm not quite sure which, but something is amiss for sure. No doubt. Okay, so let's keep it going. Okay, now what's interesting here is we have this movement here of a 1 to a flat 2 to a flat 7. Now, I've never heard this OST before, but I have heard and also played many times the Pokemon. I played Pokemon Red, I played Pokemon Yellow, and the OST there for a lot of the fight music, the confrontation music, has this here. And we hear this in many other OSTs as well to imply some type of confrontation. And that's when we have a movement from, we're on 1, we go to flat 2, down to flat 7. Now, the 1, flat 2, flat 7, these could be in any order, and it still is going to give you approximately this feeling. And usually we find the 1, flat 2, flat 7 moved around in different orders, and that's sure enough part of what we're hearing here is the yes. With it. A little Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right. So we're about to get into some themes that I recognize, which is really cool. And then right at the end there, we had an E major with a G on the top. Now, that creates we're going to call, I didn't hear a 7th in there, but it's still going to be a sharp 9. And then we also had a 3. Sharp 9. Interesting chords so far. Okay, this is really cool. There's a couple more things there, but we'll leave it because we have a long way to go. We'll circle back. We'll see if we find this 1 flat 2 flat 7 showing up again. We've heard this in so many OSTs, and in fact, one of the examples I like to bring up is that you can actually hear this going back to, like, there's some ancient Hindu chants, like for the god Shiva the Destroyer, and the melodies da 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 flat 2 1 flat 7 1 flat 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 flat 7 1 flat 2 flat 7 1 flat 2 flat 7 1 flat 2 1 1 1. And so this flat 2 flat 7 idea across cultures generally means something bad's gonna happen. It's like Shiva's about to come destroy you. Again, ancient Hindu chants. Or yeah, you can even hear it here in Pokemon. So cool stuff. Let's keep it going with a new adventure. Niraj says, as an Indian, I can confirm. Yes, the Rudram is the name of that particular chant. Okay, let's keep it going. Whoa! I just played a wrong note because I got distracted by Joseph Cortez's very generous donation. Thank you, Joseph Cortez. I will read out all the super chats at the end, but thank you very much for your generous super chat there. Thank you very much, Joseph. Okay. Yeah, so what we heard right there actually starts off in Pokemon Red and Blue, starts off what I would call the main theme of, at least what I think of, is the main theme of Pokemon. But yeah, so that right there too has this idea of the 1 flat 2 and flat 7 baked into it. We have... Yeah, well, not the flat 7, but the one, the flat 2. Also, playing around, we heard the parallel major and minor, which I forgot to write down here. Also 1. Okay, so we also had the parallel major, parallel minor, excuse me, playing around here. Okay, so new adventure is going to be in the key of D. Yeah, we'll call it D minor. What the heck? And then, yeah, we have, we have 1, we have flat 2, 1 minor. Well, I'm going to say minor. We don't actually hear the third there, but implied. Implied how? Because I said so, and it feels like it. Okay. And then 1 major. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're seeing so far, we have 1s and flat 2s as just a general chord harmonic motif. And indeed, if I recall correctly from Pokemon Yellow, Blue, Red, yeah, 1 flat 2. We could definitely call that a chord level motif, a harmonic motif, as well as parallel minor and parallel major. That's another motif. So what we're going to do is we're going to start keeping track of our motifs here. So far, we're going to make track of 2 harmonic motifs. So motif 1 is going to be involving any movement with chords or notes from 1 flat 2 to flat 7. 1 flat 2, 7. I'm going to just call scale degrees out there. That's okay. And then motif 2 is going to be starting minor, going to parallel major. Cool stuff. All right, let's keep this thing going with title screen. Oh, hopefully this is now going to deliver on what I was hoping for. Not quite. Interesting. Okay, we just got there by a different route. Whatever. Sorry, don't back up. Okay, couple cool things about here. Number one, this is what I would at least call the main theme. What I think of, it's not the main theme, but in my brain, from playing the game, again, on Game Boy Advance, before they were backlit, so you had to get just the right angle in the sun. I would not stay out in the sun too long, because then everything would get kind of hot. And the batteries, oh gosh, the batteries. Anyway, back in the day. And then, look, color. It's like, yeah, okay. Okay, but that's color. Sorry. Loved it. Just looking back compared to where we are now. Okay. So, yeah. Amazing stuff. 100% loving this rendition of what I'm going to go ahead and call the theme. An interesting way of getting into it where we hear something else. Oh, yeah, that came up in title. Let's pull it back just a little bit. Okay, so we hang out on F for a bit. And we're going to say we're at F, certainly. But we have that flat 7 in there. And this is something that's really cool about Pokemon music too, is that it rides the line between being sort of like, it's like someone took a lullaby. It's like rock and roll lullabies. So there's elements that are just so like kids music, but then, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to color this with some opinion-based language, but it's like cool kids music. That makes sense? Like, look, if this was a lullaby, it'd be like, yeah, so this is what it'd be if it was a lullaby. Right, but no, it's a little cooler than that. Oh, that's a little cooler. Yeah, especially if we put a little oomph into it. Right. So, type a 3 in the chat if you agree with me that you can hear how it could very easily be this sort of very innocent, almost boring thing, but then it's taken to this whole other level by using these notes that are, well, a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more adventurous. And indeed, thinking back to Pokemon Blue, Red, Yellow, there's lots of times where it almost is kids' music, but then just a couple notes changed that really brings it into this cool place where like, oh, I'm cool for hearing this music. Oh, it makes me feel cool hearing this music. All right, let's keep this going with Onward to Adventure. All right, so again, here's a perfect example. Onward. using the flat 7. So we're in the key of B major, essentially. I'm going to say we're going from 1 to flat 7. And the flat 7, we can think about anytime we have flat 7 in anything, it's going to make it sound a little bit more cool than it would otherwise. And indeed, if we go back to talking about the title screen, the thing that makes the title screen go into like that cool place is after the, which is kind of like a lullaby. Where does it go? Flat 7. That would be 1. It doesn't go to 1, it goes to flat 7. And so if we want to look for a single point of leverage that brings the music to a place where it sounds cool, flat 7. Huge, huge leverage in flat 7. Here is a chord. Now, you may wonder what the difference is between me actually writing numbers like 1, 2, and 7, and then these Roman numerals 1 and 7. Now, when I write a Roman numeral, it represents a chord. A chord is a group of notes. A note sounds like this. Oop. That's a note. That's a note. That's a note. That's a note. All those were notes. Now, what happens is if we play 2 or more of those notes together at the same time, they create chords. And so we use Roman numerals to show chords, and we use numbers to show notes. And the reason why we have 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s is the basics of how music works. And the basics of how music works is we have A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And these 7 letters are the basic musical alphabet. And they repeat over and over again. So after G, we don't go to H. We actually go straight back to A. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G over and over again. And that sounds something like this. B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, hey! And what we do is we assign numbers to these letters. So for example, sometimes A is 1. So if A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, F is 6, and G is 7. Makes sense? Cool. Now here's the thing. Sometimes, like over here, B is 1. Which means C is 2, D is 3, E is 4, F is 5, G is 6, A is 7. Now, what if C is 1? Then D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5, A is 6, B is 7. That's basically how music works. Now, there are some nuances to it. It's not quite just as simple as all that, but that'll get you to understand basically the patterns of what I'm going to be writing down and talking to you about today. Let's keep this going with a day of beginnings. All right, let's go back and grab that. I missed one thing. Cool stuff. All right. So we have right, that was it. My memory. Okay. Heavy C minor. One more time. So we have 1 to 4. 1. Repeat that. And then we go to flat 6 to flat 2 to 5. Sus 5. Okay, now what's cool about this is this flat 2 to 5 is actually very close to a tritone substitution, but instead of using a dominant quality chord, it's a major 7 quality chord. Yeah, so fascinating stuff. It's actually, again, it's a 1-4 here. If we think about 6 is to 2 is the same ratio as 1 is to 4. Yes, it is. So E flat is to A flat is as G is to C. So we have 1-4, then again, kind of a 1-4, but again, I'm treating this as if it was in the key of G major. And then coming around to the dominant area, which would then, if this was to loop, as it very likely might in the game, bring us back to 1. Fascinating stuff. Let's keep this going. And by the way, please go ahead and feel free to put your questions in the comments, because sometimes if you have questions, that actually sparks me to have ideas of stuff to talk about and break down that otherwise I might not think are really worth the time. So please ask your questions in the comments. Let's keep this going with Nuvema Town, I think. Yes. Now, there's a couple nuances in there that I didn't catch through the first time, but this is pretty cool. Basically, trying to write and talk at the same time. So, we have, to start us off, kind of the 2 of 6, 2 of 6, 2, 5 of 6, 2, 5, brings us to 6, and then it was 6 over 5. Then, where did we go? Then it was 1, 6, 2, 5. Bringing us back around. All in the key of D major. So to break it down using the lesson that I just gave you a couple minutes ago, if D is 1, okay, what's 4? It's going to be G. 5 is going to be A. Okay, now here's where the math gets a little tricky. The 2 of 6. Okay, so what is 6 of D? So 6 of D is B. If B was 1, what would be 2? C. In this case, C sharp. That's okay. What would the 5 of 6 be? Well, the 5 of 6 would be F. In this case, F sharp of the B. Then going to B minor. Then going to B minor with an A as the lowest note. Then coming back to going 1, which is D. 6, B minor. 2, E minor. 5, A, bringing us back around. So that is how we can actually break down and understand the patterns of the sound that you just heard. Just using a couple numbers, not even going past the number 7. Very cool stuff. Okay, let's keep it going. Oh, and let's actually talk about it. So the Nitro one said the chord progression seems to be quite common in pieces that involve a sense of nostalgia. Let's talk about what actually brings out the feeling of nostalgia here, and it's the minor 4. Put the minus sign on the wrong side. Lord have mercy. Okay, it's the minor 4. So like here, where we had a day of adventure, no, a day of beginnings, we had 1 to 4. Here in Nuvema, we have 1 to 4 minor, or minor 4. Let's break down the difference and understand that. So either way, anytime you move from 1 to 4, we're going to think of that as moving over to the subdominant area. But the difference here is that happy, happy, happy. All right, type of 3 if you think this sounds nostalgic. Type of 3 in the comments if you think this sounds nostalgic. Okay, I actually disagree with those who wrote, yeah, boy howdy, Matthew Banky, I agree. It's a little closer to what I think. Yeah, some people say no. Okay, some of you do feel this is nostalgic, maybe because you've heard music like that in the past. Now, more jolly to me, says the one with unquenchable thirst. I would agree. Now, if you said 3, don't feel bad, because we're all here to learn, and I get stuff wrong all the time when I'm doing these streams too, and then I usually have to go back like, well, I actually got that wrong, so don't worry about it. We're all here to learn. Now, I'm going to play from Nuvema. Here's, again, 1 to 4. All right, now type of 4 if you think this sounds nostalgic. So the difference is the quality of the chord that is the 4. So here, in A Day of Beginnings, the quality of the chord is major. Here in Nuvema, the quality of the chord is minor. And we can think of quality as being really the emotional content of the chord. Now, it's not always, but I think for understanding quality to basic level, that's a great way of thinking about it. So here's the quality of the chord. This is major. We think of this as being happy or jolly. Here's the quality of the chord. That's minor. And so the difference between these two progressions is that the second chord, both are 4s, but one, the quality of the chord is that more sad, pensive quality of minor, whereas the first one, the quality of the chord, the kind of summary of the emotional feeling is that more happy, jolly, major. Well, there you go. Cool. Excellent. Great job. Thank you for participating. Let's keep this going with battle. Okay, so here we have, and I'm approximating here, this is something like this. So, what's happening here? This sounds like a battle, but it's not too threatening of a battle. No. So we have 1, basically, we're staying in the 1 area, and then we go to the flat 3. But here's the thing. I think what's interesting about this is that, and we're just going to break down the first part of this. Okay, so in a major chord is made with, we're going to think about this in terms of scale degrees. Where do we do this? All right, we'll just do it right here. 1, 3, and 5. Now, anytime you see me put a flat in front of something, basically it means it's going to sound a little bit more dangerous. Basically. Sounds a little darker, a little bit more dangerous. So a minor chord, so this is the major chord, this is the happy sound, is 1, 3, 5. Now a minor chord equals major. A minor chord is 1, flat 3, 5. Sounds a little bit more dangerous, a little darker. There's some danger here with this flat 3. And the flat sign, it looks like a B. So anytime you see that B in front of a Roman numeral or number, it means flat, which means it's lowered a little bit. And because it's lowered a little bit, it sounds a little darker, a little bit more dangerous. And so what we have here in the battle theme is 1 is a major chord, going to flat 3 is a major chord, but the distance from 1 to flat 3, there's the flat. So we have a mix of playfulness of the major chords used on the 1 chord and on the flat 3 chord, but because the major chords are separated by a distance that has a flat in it, because if we move from the 1 to the flat 3, I said flat, there's an element of danger. Just small danger. You know, when you see on, like, if you watch TV or Netflix, and you see something that's rated like G or PG, it'll be like mild danger, right? Is why it's rated PG instead of G. Well, this sure enough musically sounds like mild danger when it's done in that way. It's a little playful, it's a little dangerous. So there you go. Playful danger. Potassium Moment says, spot on. Nailed it. Cool, let's keep this going with Hurry Along 1, which is also the name of my airplane. Yeah, I'm going to do bad joke. Forget I said that. Oh, it's live. I can't take it back. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. I feel like something like that might have been in Pokemon Yellow, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. Okay, so Hurry Along 1. Now, type a 3 in the chat if you feel like Hurry Along 1 is pretty playful and definitely safe. Like, you are unlikely to experience danger while Hurry Along 1 is playing. So go ahead and type a 1 in the chat if you feel like when Hurry Along 1 is playing, you are unlikely to experience danger. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay, we have a lot of 3s in the chat. And by the way, if you're watching this on demand, go ahead and type a 3 in the comments. I do read the comments. We have some 1s, some 3s. I forget. I might have said 1 and 3. Forgive me. Yeah, okay. Lots of 1s. Okay, so part of what makes this feel so safe, all the chords are major. 1, 4. Let me go back to 1 and then 5. I've been talking for so long I forgot. 1, 4, 1, 5. Now, the 1, 4, and 5, these are chords that if the 1 is major, usually the 4 and 5 are major in a way that is always going to work for your ears. So your brain is a pattern recognition machine. And if the 1 is major and the 4 and 5 are major, your brain's going to go, okay, this makes sense, because every single kid's song you heard growing up was like 1, 4, and 5. I'll prove it to you. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. That was 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, 1. 4, 4, 1, 1, 5, 5, 1. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 1. 1s, 5s, and 4s, when they're all major, feels very safe. It's literally like kids' music. So there you go. Hurry along 1. That might be why it feels so safe. Okay, let's keep this going. And Boroden says, FYI, yes, this theme comes from Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow. Good, because I thought I might have remembered it. Okay, let's check out Professor Juniper. Oh, like, okay. One to 4 minor there. 4 minor. Okay, let's pull that back because that was a lot of chords going at the same time. So I'm going to listen to it again. This time I'm going to break it down. All right, here we go. Let's do this thing. Hold on. It's going to take me a second, folks. What? Right. Now, another interesting thing here is Professor Juniper is in the key of A, so A is 1. Also, Hurry Long is in A. I can't remember if anything with Professor Oak might have been in A, but it's interesting that A might be the sort of tutorial key. Also, there's some melodic motifs that I've absolutely not been writing down. But, you know, you can only get so much. Only got the one brain, and you know, we're not going to be here forever. If you wanted to watch video breakdowns of things, there's plenty of channels doing that. Here we do live stuff. Cool. All right. That was a loud noise. Okay, so we have something for the A section involving a C sharp to an F, which would be the 5 of 6. We have a 5 of 6. Going to 6. Okay, and then our main area is a 2, 5, 1, a whole bunch of times with some variations in there. Then where did we go? Minor with a 6. Let me scrap. For some reason, I'm not hearing those chords. Okay. Sometimes I overthink things. All right, it was 2 to 5. Yeah, to another 2, 5. Which was, yeah, well. Yeah, because it was dominant, so it was another 2, 5. So to get that back, it wasn't 6 minor, it was 6, 7. See, I told you I might make a mistake and have to come back and correct it. Let me just double check that I did not just do a mistake inception. Yeah. Cool. All right, we got it. Okay, let's keep this going. Again, please feel free to ask questions as we go through. All right, this next one is Juniper Pokémon Lab. Key of, we're going to call it, we'll call it G flat. G flat majeur, as they say in Quebec. Okay, so we have 1, 2. This will take me a second, folks. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 6, 3. To a 5 to a 5 of 6, maybe? Yep. 5 of 6. 5 of 6. Correct. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll leave it there. Because there's a whole lot more going on there. But some interesting things here. This is the first time in the OST we've seen a composer walk up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. It's pretty interesting. So actually walking up the scale, but using chords. And again, uses of secondary dominance. We've seen this in a lot of places. I'm going to break down secondary dominance so the next time I say the 5 of something or the 2 of something or the 3 of this or the 4 of that, you really understand what I'm talking about. So typically, well, not typically, but at a basic level, whenever we have a something of something, it's going to be the 5. So for example, if we have the 1, so if the 1 is G, the 5 of 1 is 5. Now if we have the 2, which is A, the 5 of 2 is E. Why? Because so if A is 1, we go A, B, C, D, E. And the 5 of 3 would be F sharp. The 5 of 4 would be G. The 5 of 5 would be A. And if this is starting to sound like classical music, that's because in classical music they use a lot of secondary dominance to move places. And so the reason why it's called a secondary dominant, secondary because we're saying it's the 5 of something. So it's removed. It's not the 3, it's not the 4, it's not the 5, it's the 5 of something, and for that reason it's secondary. Why we call it dominant is because the actual quality, the sound, the emotion, the feeling of the chord. Remember we talked about how major chords can sound kind of happy and jolly, minor chords can sound kind of sad. Well, dominant chords sound a little, well, I don't know, playful, a little naughty. Yeah. And dominant chords is the actual quality of it, so it's a secondary dominant. It's secondary. It's not from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. It's secondary. It's related to one of them, but it's not primary. And the quality, the emotional feeling, is dominant. Let's keep this going with obtained a key item. Dun, 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 dun. Huh, I messed that up. Is that it? Duh. Okay. It's going 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I want to say key item. Item E flat is 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. So just like for Juniper Lab, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. By the way, if this is your first stream singing with the blackboard, let me know your thoughts. I mean, whiteboard. Is it a blackboard or whiteboard? Is it Pokemon Black, Pokemon White? And you can be my baby, and it don't matter if you are black. Okay, so go ahead and let me know what you think of the blackboard, and let me know what you think. Did I just say blackboard again? Don't listen to me. I mean, listen to me. Do what I said, but don't listen to me. Okay, here we go. Let's check out. Let's go together like yabba dab dab chingity chingity. Option C, the zebra board, says CJ. Very clever. I like it. The yin yang board. Okay, let's go together. Yeah, so not only can you have secondary dominance, but you can actually attach chords to the secondary dominance. You can have secondary 2s that lead to secondary 5s that then bring us to their target chords, as, well, we saw here was a secondary 2 to a secondary 5 leading us to 6 in the Nuvema. And this here is chock full of them. Let's break it down. All right, so our start off is a 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 5. Okay, and this is let's go. In this case, D is going to be our 1. Okay, D is 1. So we go 1, 2, 3, 2. What is it? 1, 5, 5. One, 2, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. All right, that was 1 to the 2 of 6 to the 5 of 6 to 6, maybe? Yeah. So then in our, so this is our A section, we'll call it. And then our B section, we have 1, 2, half diminished of 6, which is why I was saying, it sounds kind of, we've heard it before, because in Nuvema, we heard the 2 of 6 to the 5 of 6 to 6, and we actually hear the same thing here. 5 of 6, 6. Okay. To 4. And 2, 5 to 4. 2 of 4, the 5 of 4, which brings us to 4. My goodness. Okay. All right, so when we're at 4, then we go to 2, and then 4 to 5, and then we have the leading tone. We have a leading tone in perfect authentic cadence. It's a mouthful. We have something approximating. We'll call it a 7 diminished of 6, yes. Leading tone in perfect authentic cadence, bringing us to 6. Yo, this is a chordy thing here, huh? Then where do we go? And then all right, so we go from 6 to 3. Three, 5, 1. And then 2, secondary dominant, the 5 of 5. To 5. Which then loops us back around again to 1. Okay, so what we can see here are some really cool secondary dominant things. So anytime I write this little bracket underneath, what it shows is we're moving from a subdominant area to a dominant area. Anytime I write an arrow, that means we're moving from the dominant area to the target tonic area. So secondary, subdominant, dominant, tonic. And the secondary subdominant, in this case, these are 2s. So we have the 2 of 6 to the 5 of 6 to 6, which you also heard here in Nuvema. Now here we have the 2 of 4 to the 5 of 4, which then brings us to 4. This is called a cadence. Cadence. Then we have the 7 of 6 bringing us to 6, and 7 diminished, creating a leading tone in perfect authentic cadence. Then we have the 5 of 5, which is a secondary dominant, which brings us to the 5. Oh, this could also use an arrow. And when I use a dotted arrow, it's for a leading tone in perfect authentic cadence. So you probably can't see that, but it's a dotted arrow. All right, cool stuff. Woo, that was work. That was work today. Oh my gosh, that was only 12 pieces? Yo, we've legit been going for an hour, and that was just 12 pieces out of like a 4-hour soundtrack. Okay. We may need to do this stream in multiple parts. That's okay. All right, let's check out Route 1. Oh, bro, there was a whole secondary section. We're not going to go there. Okay. Okay. That was just delightful. Oh, we have a couple questions in chat. Fan art at Music Mentor Dan. Any social? Other questions? No. Okay. That was a self-serving answer, but I felt so flattered. I felt I had to say something. Okay. Made it to 4. We got there in different ways. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, it was A minor. I had it right the first time. But then where did it go after the A minor? Huh? I'll tell you what, we'll leave that one there because we'll be here for another 5-10 minutes of me breaking that one down. That was beautiful. That was fun. Route 1. We had some 1s, some 2s, some 3s, some 2s, some 6s. Then we made our way to 4s in the B section. We did 4s in the B. Then we did secondary dominant. We did, 5 of 4s, bringing us back to 4s, and other things. Input, etc. Okay. Let's keep this going with battle. You'll go forth and we will do battle. pull that down, pull it back, and break it down. Uh-oh. He's starting to lose it, people. Okay. I'm not going to speak that over myself. I am calm. I am excellent. I am good. I've been practicing my Tony Robbins incantations. Okay. I think it's time for a new sheet. How about you? Please. Now, I thought I would be able to do it in one move. Turns out, not so much. Okay, Beatle. If you don't say it like Queen Elizabeth, may she rest in peace. What are we even doing? Okay. I feel like we're in C minor. We're got like a 1 to 4 type bidness that we're doing here. Let's see what else we got. You know what I think is really cool? We can actually hear those chromaticisms which are present in Pokemon Yellow OST. The sort of like Flight of the Bumblebee type things. Flat 3, 4, and all these, we're going to call these power chords. And then we come back to 1, then 4. And the reason I'm putting a 5 here is to show that there's only really two separate notes. Now, there might be more than one instance of each note, but there's only 2 notes. We're not calling them major or minor. Anytime we have a 5, it is neither major nor is it minor. It arrives precisely when it means to. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, so yeah, we have this going on, and then we go to flat 6, back to 4. Oops, writing my 6 backwards. Okay, flat 6, 4, then 6, 4. And then it was flat 6, flat 7. Which then brings us back to 1. All right. Thank you all for indulging me as I said something about it. I had something to say. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going with victory. I do remember that from Pokemon Yellow. Victory. Claim it. All right, we start off. So, okay. Put a 3 in the comments if you think Victory likely has all minor chords, all sad chords. Put a 4 in the comments if you think likely Victory has all joyful or happy chords. 3 if you think it's all minor chords. 4 if you think it's all major chords. And no, there is no trick like third option I'm not giving you. What do you think? What do you think? Okay, we got some 4s. Some 4s, 4s, 4s. Yeah, Patrice is being funny and typing a 5. Okay, 4s. CJ also being clever, 3.5. Okay, yeah. Okay, I have 1 or 2 3s and some with 4s. Okay. So, here we go with 4s because it's like all major chords, baby. And so we start with... We started in E? Yeah, we started in E. And we go... No, hold on. I got that order wrong there. Let's pull it back. DJ, play that back. Alright, we gotta take this up. Okay. Fun stuff there. If only I could do an impression of the Ramones. That would have been awesome. Okay, so we have 1, 4, 5 over and over again, and then we actually change to F, and it's the same exact deal. It's 1, 4, 5 over and over again. Remember how we talked about 1s, 4s, 5s? My gosh, if we hit that 1 is major and 4 and 5 are also major, it's like that kid music, yes, inside your brain of pattern recognition that's going to go off. Like, oh, I know this. This feels comfortable. This feels celebratory. All right, here we go. Let's go to level up. So just like Victory started in E, level up is also in E. And it's 1, 1, 1, 5. 1, 1, 1, 5. 6, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 1, 1. Okay, let's check out Accumula Town. I thought it was going to be easy to write it down. So right there, unfortunately, I need to see what happens. Okay. Right, okay. Tritone sub, taking us to 3. So we have the flat 2 of 3, yeah. Oh, excuse me, we're in E. I thought thinking we were in A. Sorry, I saw the letter A there. Yeah, so sorry, of 6. So flat 2 of 6, taking us to 6. Well, if anything, I'm getting a ear training workout on my tritone substitutions and secondary dominance today. My goodness. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to figure that out in the next 2 seconds, so we're going to leave that alone. And I'm going to practice my ear training some more for next time, so I can grab that in 2 seconds. Okay. Let's keep this going with Hurry Along to. And by the way, if you're saying, my gosh, man, why can't you just figure that out on the spot? I agree with you. So I know what I'm going to be practicing this week and next week. Yeah, it's going to be my, chord identification. I've been working on interval identification a lot, but my gosh, got some work to do. You say, well, you're a music teacher. You shouldn't have to practice. Yeah, everyone's got to practice. All right, let's keep it going. Hurry along to. Yeah, my training arc for real. Okay, so we have here is 14151451, which basically is the same idea as Hurry Along 1. Hurry Along was 1415, and here indeed we have 1415. And again, I think I actually put the nuance down on this one because I was so like running my brain up at max speed here, and so I just wrote it all down. Because once you do something like that, it's a lot easier to write it down. Cool. So 1415, 1451, Hurry Along in the key of A. And just to make sure we're all on the same page, just to reconcile your understanding, we have A, D, A, E, A, D, E, A. Okay, let's keep this going. Pokémon Center. Yellow. Oh, but reharm. Let's grab the B section. So we have a 1 leading to a secondary dominant, the 5 of 4. As we have the 7 of 4 to 4. And then we had 5 to 6 maybe. Yeah. And then it was the 5 of 6 to 6. Then to 4, 2, 5, 1 to 4. Where's our 4? Right. Not incorrect there. Yeah, close enough. Okay, so I have 2 of 4. 5 of 4. 4. Right? What's that right there? Something diminished. And then to the dominant area, which I'm not going to grab there. So we had something like a... Just interesting. Huh. I'm not even sure how to think about that. Okay. Maybe we could think of that as it being a leading tone in product authenticating is going to the dominant area. We'll go with that. going to, it doesn't actually go to 5, but it does go to the dominant area. Whoo-wee! All right, let's keep it going. Pokémon Healed. That was also in yellow. Again, that's E. And we have 5, 5, 5, 3, 1. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. Victory, Level Up, and Healed are all in the key of E major. All in the key of E major. So let me show you what I mean. Well, Victory starts in E, I should say. So we have Level Up is, Healed is, and then Victories. There you go, it's all in the same key. This is like giving us a feeling of victory and goodness. All right, let's keep this going with Pokédex Evaluation. You've just begun. Oh dear. Yeah. Pokédex Eval is D. So we have, I want to write the base part down here because that's the first thing that popped out at me. 1, 5, flat 6, flat 2, 1. So here's what I mean of it's like, it could so easily be something that's just totally like, totally straight down the middle and not at all like cool. Like it would be so easy to be, right? It's literal. That literally sounds like a nursery rhyme. It's so vanilla. But no, they bring out the flat notes. Okay, and the flat notes is what makes it sound cool. And that's like, that's the juxtaposition of, oh, it's friendly. There's a little bit of danger, but ooh, that's cool. Yeah, and it also does, if I recall correctly from yellow, they would get a little annoyed. Oh, I actually also played Sapphire. I'm now recalling. I played Sapphire on the SP. So I played yellow on the Game Boy Advance. Then I played yellow again on the SP, the Game Boy Advance SP, which did have the backlit display. And I must have played Sapphire between 3 and 10 times. Maybe more, if I'm being honest. Yeah, and so these flats, every time I put the flat in front of a number, it makes it sound more cool, a little dark, a little bit more dangerous. And yes, like, why are you checking? They were a little annoyed, if I recall. Okay, let's keep it going with Team Plasma Plots. Ah, it seems Team Rocket has given birth to Team Plasma. Let's check it out. Yeah, Pop Goes the Weasel, Gaming Cat. Exactly. Well done. And welcome to Best Game. Also, shout out to all our friends on Twitch. Thanks so much for joining us on this live stream. Really appreciate your support. Hello to Falik, Prince Banana, Beta Mark, Stranger Tabat. Welcome. Okay. Let's keep this rocking with Route 2. All right, well, this was just cute as anything. Let's break it down, write it down. We're in the key of G. Go. Go. Ho, 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 ho. And a shout out and a special thank you to Boonshi for gifting not 1, not 2, but 50 memberships to the channel. All you members, go check out the members area and vote for the next OST using your membership. Well, we had 1, 4, 5, I believe. Thank you, Boonshi, for being excellent. By the members. All right, here we go. Okay. 1 over 3, 4 to 5. 1. All right, we're going to do 3 columns here on this one. 4. Yo. To 1. To 1 over 3. 1 over 3. 4, 5, 1. Not there yet. Then we have, we're going to call this, well, it's meant all be A. Okay, then we had what? 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. 4, 5, 3, 6. 4, 5, 1. Only one man has so much power. All right. All right, and that's where we start moving to what we'll call the B section. Lord have mercy. over 3 to 4 to 5 to secondary dominant 5 of 6 to 6. Woo! The 5 of 4. 4. And 5 of 6 again. 6. Let's grab that ending right there. And then 4 to 5. Which then brings us back to A. Yo. This has got to be one of the denser chord progression OSTs I think we've taken a look at on this channel by far. Because, my gosh. Yeah. a lot of chords per second. And again, a shout out and thank you to Boonchi for being such a generous, kind member here on Music Theory for Gamers. Hey, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a little thing right back there. And that's all thanks to you. You can watch me unbox it here on the channel. It's the, yeah, I don't know if you noticed that thing right there. So thank you for that because we did that together. Thank you. All right, let's keep this going. And again, you can watch me unbox it live on the channel. All right, here we go. Xtransceiver. Oh, we gotta pull that one back. I think that was it. Ah. I think that was it. Let me pull that back one more time. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, it's pretty quick. I'm not playing it as fast as it's going. But yeah, there you go. All right, so we'll call it the key of B. And we're going to say it's 1, 5, 1, 5, 5, 6, 7, 1, 3. 6, 7, 1, 3. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. That's pretty cool. All right, we got that down. Okay, let's grab this next one, which is called Trainer's Eyes Meet. Hey DJ, hold on a second. Trainer's Eyes Meet. Let's break that one down. Okay, so we have 1, 4, 5, 6. We're in the key of G. We have a 1. You have 4, 5, 6. Man, I just feel like this entire OST reaction is me just like frantically chasing after Roman numerals. Ah, it's harmonically dense music. Okay. And 4, 5, 3. And then we have something after 3. What is that? Ah, that's cool. Then going to 3 major. Excuse me. 6 major. I know how to count. D, da, 6 major. That's really cool. Okay, so that 1 to 6 major. Something like that. Now, the reason why I'm having so much fun with that is because if you inverse the relationship between 1 and the 6 major, it actually becomes the 1 and the flat 3. Because anytime you reverse intervals in music, it always adds up to 9. So if it is 1 to 6, if you inverse it, it's actually going to be a 3. And if it's 1 to 6 major, if you invert it, the inversion becomes minor. So it actually becomes a... Nirvana. Okay. I sang it wrong. We found our way there. Okay, let's check out Battle. right, so it's looping now, so I'm actually going to break it down so I don't have to go back and listen through it again. Okay, so Battle Trainer starts off in F, but it's going to change keys. And if I'm not mistaken, this actually might also be in yellow. Okay, so we have 1. We're calling these 5, not major nor minor, just arriving precisely when they mean to. Will someone please say they get my Lord of the Rings jokes? References. Joke is a stretch. Okay, 1, then we go to flat 2, to flat 7, just like we had, called motif number 1, was to be uses of 1 flat, 2 flat, 7. Here we have motif number 1 showing up. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, flat 7. Okay, and then it goes flat 6, flat 7. And it repeats that. Flat 6, flat 7. Repeats, then stays on flat 7. And now flat 7 is acting like the 1. So now it kind of feels like we're in E flat. And so it's like 1, flat 2. Now, all you guys saying that this is not an actual whiteboard, I want you to know that you're hurting its feelings. And not only does this is a whiteboard underneath. I don't know if you guys can see down here. It is a whiteboard. See? Whiteboard? Okay. It is a whiteboard. There happens to be a flip chart on top of the whiteboard. People watching the stream after the fact are like, what is he talking about? Who is he arguing with? Why is he stopping in mid-thing to get... Okay, we're back. Now it's a sad board. Okay, that's funny. And that's a really cool, really, you're insane in the... Anna Pattis is dangerous saying the newcomer says. It's like one of those movies where it's like you realize someone's been talking to someone who's not there the whole time, and you realize they've been crazy the whole time. It's like, he's been crazy the whole time. Okay, and then we have this really interesting thing where it's 1, flat 2, flat 3 to 3. We've heard that in a couple OSTs, in boss fights, if I'm not incorrect. And it's really cool because what it does is it outlines... It really is ominous. It's like the scary clown thing where you have major and minor together at the same time. And the major being the 1 to the 3, and the minor being the 1 to the flat. Because remember how we talked about in the major chord it was 1, 3, 5, and in the minor chord it was 1 flat 3, 5. Well, we have both flat 3 and 3 here in this one idea. And that, really just makes for some delicious contrast. Of course, including the flat 2 as well. Okay, let's keep this going with Victory Trainer Battle. In email? No. You know what that's really like? Can we just hear that like half an hour ago? Oh my gosh, we've almost been live for 2 hours. Guys, we have like we're not even a quarter of the way through the OST and it's been 2 hours. Okay. Whatever. Okay. D. All right, one more time. You can do this. Come on, brain. Let's go, brain juice. We can do this. Alright, so we have this like descending bass line here that's going 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, and over it, harmonized, is 1, 5, 4, right, in first inversion, then 1, second inversion, and then 4 again, this time in root position. Then well, let's get that part. All right, and after that business, it goes 1, flat 7, flat 6, flat 7, 5, if I'm not incorrect, and then back to 1. Whoo-wee! You guys remember when there were songs on the radio that had whoo-wee? Not Pitbull. No, not Pitbull doing his thing, but I mean literally people going whoo-wee. Maybe I'm older than some people who watch this channel, and it's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. I'm not getting old. All right. Like, do you guys remember when there were songs on the radio that literally said Hotel, Motel, Holiday Inn? And literally, DJ, bring that back. When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just like that. Heck yes. And DJ, bring that back. Okay. Oh, we're gonna be meeting eyes with more trainers. All right, here we go. Sure, Grandpa, let's go. I think it's so funny because typically when I think of people's eyes meeting, I feel like you fall in love, but I feel like when trainers' eyes meet, they're about to battle each other. All right, let's break this one down. Yes, I know how harmonized skills work. Okay. it back and let's write it down. Oh, my brain. Okay. So, and as meet, and who is this? Lass. And we're in the key of B flat major, what I believe for the first time this OST. Okay, so we have 1. We have the 5 of 2. 5 of 2. The 2. The 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 1. To the maybe 5-2 again there. Oh, that was interesting. And then just more 5? And then just 5. Okay, so bear with me, y'all. I've been doing some heavy lifting here with the brain box. Okay, so then we go to the back to the 5 of 2. To the 2. To maybe flat 2 of 1, tritone sub. Flat 2 of 1. 2, I think 1, and then to 5. Whoo! Yeah, 1 to 5. Okay. 1, 5. All right. Let's keep this going with obtained an item. That we just heard? Ah. Okay, so obtained an item. We're going to call it as well the key of, oh, an A flat. Obtained A flat. And we have a 1 to a flat 7 back to 1. And again, that's like keeping it sounding cool using that flat 7 there. Every time you hear flat 7, think sounds cool. Because if we just look at the 1 and we go to maybe say like 5, it sounds okay, but it's like a little classical-ish. Not saying classical music isn't cool. Beethoven rocks. But like cool. Okay. Let's keep this going with Striaton City. I know how to read. By the way, a special thanks to J2O Juiced95 for making the playlist we're using today. Please put your favorite emoji in the chat as a thank you to J2O Juiced for getting this set up. All right, let's check out Striaton City. And no, we are not finishing this OST today. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do this multiple parts. I told my fiance before I walked into the studio today, I was like, listen, babe, I want you to know I'm gonna try and do this entire OST today. It's pretty long, but I think I can get through it. So I might not see you till 5 or 6 p.m., like Eastern time. And we're here not even through part 1. It's like, this is gonna need to be a multiple part reaction, which is okay. Okay, here we go. Was a 1 after 4. We have 1, 4, 1, 5 of 5, bringing us to 5. And then 1, 4, 5 of 5 to 5. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. What we hear there? 1 to 4. Maybe that's 5 of 6 is wish you a Merry Christmas. What's that jazz? That jazz standard? Is that's not the, okay, it's in 3. What's the jazz standard in 3? Someday my prince will come. Nailed it. Yes. Got it. Someday my prince will come. Jazz standard. Check it out. Nailed it. Heck yes. Go me. Yeah, it's like straight out of Someday My Prince Will Come. Okay, so you have 3, 5, 6. Six. 2, 5, 1. Ooh. We're not gonna go to that. We're not gonna go to the D section. Okay. Type a 3 in the chat if you are having fun. Type a 3 in the chat if you are having fun today. Type a 3 in the chat if you're having fun. If you're watching this on demand, please type a 3 in the comments, because then I know you're enjoying the content that I'm making, and then I'll make more content for you because I know you're enjoying it. And by the way, this is your official Lurkers Amnesty moment, where you can also participate and type a 3, and I will not call you out. So any Lurkers who would like to participate now, this is your moment. Again, Lurkers, participation, Amnesty Day. I love it whenever I say right. Go ahead and type a 3 if you like. Okay, let's check this out. I went to the next one, which is, next Pokédex Evaluation. Let's check it out. Check it out. Just. Okay. So, Pokédex 2, the Pokédexing. Pokédex DOS. We have 1 to 5 to 1, and the melody is 176 1765. What was it? Was that it? No, he's losing it. Oops. Oh, I just learned a new hotkey. Oh! I just figured out a new hotkey on YouTube. You know, you can use the J and the K to move forward and backwards. That was cool. Well, thank goodness listen to that again. All right. This 17654567121. Okay. All right, the Dream Yard. Dream Yard. Dream Yard. All right, so really, really interesting stuff going on here with Dreamyard. Even right there, that is just fascinating. Okay, so we have a string of major 7th chords, and what leads to these major 7 chords are their tritone substitutions of the secondary dominants. Okay. Then we have flat 2 of 7. Then we go to 7, but it's major 7. Then we go to flat 2 of 6, flat 6 in this case. Then we go to flat 2 of flat 6, the flat 6, but it's major 7. Really interesting stuff. Fascinating. And it's like 2, 5. And these are all. And then a 2, 5, 2 of 2. Of 2. To 5 of 2. And then to 2. It's 5. We'll call it augmented. Wow, that is a cool chord progression. Oh my gosh, that is nifty. That is nifty difty. Oh, that is super cool. That is just gorgeous. Sign me up for the Dreamyard. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Team Plasma Appears. I wonder if the Red Cross calls themselves Team Plasma. Okay, let's check out Team Plasma. Hey, a quick question for you. Is Team Plasma associated with the Coronation? At the... Hold on. Because Team Plasma is playing around with the parallel, and it's like, it's not like the miners in there, is it? Or is it just, or was it Sharp 9? Yeah. Okay, so what leads me to connect Team Plasma with the Coronation? Well, it's the fact that we're hearing both B major and also B minor implied, much like we heard in the trainer battle. We heard the 1, the flat 2, the flat 3, and the 3. We're hearing that play out also with Team Plasma. That we're hearing the 1, we're hearing flat 2, we're hearing flat 3, but also at the same time, 3 is present as well. And so there's this thing going on of the parallel minor and parallel major, which we also heard in Coronation Day. Parallel major, motif number 2. Parallel major, parallel minor. And indeed in New Adventure, we heard that as well. That didn't feel quite as threatening, but maybe that was actually foreshadowing the fact that these were going to be the baddies, I'm assuming. Because Team Rocket, you know. Now, what's interesting about the parallel major, parallel minor, we've heard this so many times in different OSTs to represent approximately the same thing from different angles. So it represents duplicity, it represents dishonesty, it represents being two-faced. And yes, those are all basically the same thing, but we've seen these specifically spelled out in different OSTs using this same musical tool of the parallel major, parallel minor. What does parallel mean? It means that the chords share the same note that they start on. So for example, you could have C major, C minor, or A flat major and A minor. That's the parallel relationship. So there you go. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's keep this going with Battle Team Plasma. Okay, so some really cool stuff here, including the use of 1-2 flat 7 that we've heard associated with, you know, the sort of darker things going on. We've heard minor to major, parallel minor and major as well here. And, oh, really, really delightful stuff. So we can see almost everywhere where Team Plasma is, we have parallel minor, parallel major in some form showing up, likely to represent their duplicity, the two-facedness of Team Plasma. And if you go back enough, I think about watching, you know, the original Pokemon animated series, it was like Mew was always being the trickster, right? The trickster, the two-faced. You know, Mew was the primary agent, I would say, the primary Pokemon agent of Team Rocket. And Mew was always full of tricks, even when they didn't treat Mew very well. Mew was always full of tricks. You know, they had coughing and everything like that, but, you know. So, yes, the baddies lie. And I think that's... I forget where, I was listening to some podcast, and they were like, the thing people hate most is a liar. I think I agree. Meowth. Excuse me, not Mew. I apologize. Look, I've only been live for 2.5 hours talking straight, so I apologize if I make some mistakes. Thank you, guys. Meowth. Yeah. Thank you for the correction. Yeah. Yes, I do mean Meowth. I was thinking the sound cats make, and it was a cat. And I was like... not Mew, not Mewtwo. Yes, I know the difference. Sorry. Been live for 2.5 hours. Okay. Okay, let's keep it going. Yeah, Justine James, right. Okay, let's check out Victor A. Well, that sure sounds victorious. I'm going to allow myself a little bit of break and not break that one down. Yeah, that sounds victorious, phenomenal, fantastic. Let's keep it going with Evolution. Oh, let's pull that one back. There's some really interesting stuff going in there. Nope. Oops. Yo, hashtag Team Mudkip. That's what I would always play as when I was playing Sapphire. Yeah, Mudkip. Holla. All right, some real interesting things happen here. So underneath, it's going... But guess what note the melody's playing? Flat 7. Well... Oh, no. So we're going to say we're in D. 4. 4. 5. Something like that. Hey, that was fun though. That was fun to play. Okay. And that was Evolution. Evolution. Let's check out. Oh, our trainer's eyes. Ain't no way to hide those trainer's eyes. Okay, let's check it out. Twins. It's always twins. Let's go grab that whole chord progression. That's fun. All right. 1 4 1 4 5. We have in the key of G. 1 4 1 4 5. Oops. That was 1 to 6 4 1. It's exciting. 6 4 1. All right, let's check out Cheren's theme. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, that is fun. Permission to jam. Granted. Turns out my focus is a little... That wasn't as good as it could have been, but that's okay. So, Cheren's theme, we're in the key of D minor. Oh, D Dorian, really. We're going 1 minor to 4, and then also just hitting the 4 by itself. That's some cool, funky stuff. Let's keep this going with There's Trouble. 'Cause I knew you were trouble when you walked in. There go the viewers, I'm singing songs you don't wanna hear. We're gonna go straight to Nacrene City. Sorry. All right, well, let's break this puppy down, shall we? Okay. So we have a 1 to we're gonna call it the 7 of 2, leading tone and perfect authentic cadence. 2, and I think to 5. Yeah, it's 5. And then a 2, 5 of 2. One, and then again, just a 2, and then we do 2 of 2, 5 of 2, 2. I'm not sure if we go to 2. That's a what gear are we in? Woo! 3. Alright, it's 5 of 2. Two 5. Hallelujah. Woo! All right. All right, let's keep this going. With Pokédex Evaluation. Keep at it. Pokédex Eval. But it kind of ends in G. It's like secretly it was in G the whole time, maybe. Okay. So let's say it's in G. So we have the 5. Okay, so a 5 of 5. The 5. 5, 7. The 1. Here's the thing, though. Feels to me like it's in D. I mean, because of the 5 of the 5 leading to, yeah. Cool. All right. We can call it that. And then we have Pokémon Gym. Heck yes! Oh. So cool. That might be a reharmonization. Tell me if there's anyone who's moderately or very literate in music theory and you understand what I'm saying. Is this a reharm? Is this a reharmonization of the theme? Really cool. Okay. So basically, A section is just 1 to flat 7. Again, remember, flat 7 makes things sound cool. And then we have me boop beep beep ba boop ba, and then it goes to 6. We'll call it 6 minor. It is a reharm, says Onion. Yeah, that's what I was saying in the second half. Exactly, Onion. Like the B. Yeah, so it's like doing a Megalovania. Yeah, in fact, I'll prove it to you. How about these apples? Okay. I love how there was a moment like 6 months ago where all of a sudden Megalovania was too old. Up to that point, it was fine. At some point, everyone was like, you know what? That's too old. Okay. So, yeah, then we have basically a Megalovania type thing where we have 1 flat 7 to 6 to a flat 6 is how that goes. Cool stuff. Hey, y'all mind if I jam real quick on this? I just want to let loose for a second. See if I can make some things sound good, and we'll finish this react up. That's fun to do something. Okay. Let's keep it going with Juniper, as they say in Quebec. I'm sorry. I love Quebecois. Sorry. Like nothing against Quebec. I just thought the way I said it sounded like it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, gym battle. We hear 1, flat 7, and flat 2. Indeed, much like we heard with Team Plasma. So what I think is the 1, flat 7, flat 2, that's the conflict motif. Right? Because the whole thing about Pokemon is sort of, you train your Pokemon up through conflict, and they become stronger. And along the journey, we become stronger too. And the whole thing is that 1, flat 7, flat 2, that's going to be our motif for conflict. Conflict motif. All right. Okay, let's keep it going. With victory lies before you. Okay. Well, that was a lovely variation within the theme of, again, what I'm calling the main theme. Yeah, we might have heard that in the title screen. Woo! My brain. I was letting my fiance know everything's okay, and I'm not going to be streaming all day. All right. Okay. Let's do victory. Okay, so victory was basically, if we were to sum it, a 1-4-5 in D. Then it went 1-2 major. We had 1, 2, and then 5, all major. And then here we have received league. Dum dum. Okay. I can't help but feel like that was also in Super Mario RPG. Was that not the same chords for when you got a star? League victories also in D, and it's chords of flat 6, flat 7, 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that might have been from Mario. Not from Mario, but like that might also be related. And we have some preliminary but not confirmed confirmation in the chat. Okay, that's interesting. All right, obtained a TM. All right, let's pull that back. Boy, my brain. It's like I can't even remember the note I heard a second ago. Dum. Lord have mercy. Okay. Hotkey. Okay, well, a nice easy one, at least for me to get warmed up. We're streaming this at 8 a.m. in the morning. So, hush now. What we have is we're in the key of D flat, and the chord progression is going 1, 6, 3, 4 for the first part, and then it repeats. And in the second part, it goes to 4, 3, and the 3 might actually be a 1 in first inversion, but that's another story. Point is, if you have a 3 or a 1, it's still the tonic area fundamentally. Then we go to 2, and then 1, and the second time it goes 4, 3, 2, and then it goes to 5 sus 4, then to 1 sus 4, which is pretty cool. Now, you might be saying, well, okay, what does this mean? Well, what this means is we have a very chill, relaxing sounding piece of music because there's, number one, it's the speed that makes it relaxing. But number two, it's also the choice of chords. So, for example, if this piece went... Sorry, that is what it actually does. But if it went, for example... Still relaxing, not quite as relaxing. And it was the change was in that third sound there, that third chord. Not quite as relaxing. So the fact that we only have 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, and that the 2s and 3s are minor and the 1 and 4 are major, that creates a feeling of back to that sort of lullaby idea. Because whenever we start on a 1 and a 1 is major, and then 2 and 3 are minor and 4 is also major, that means all the notes and all those chords are agreeing with each other in the sense that they come from the same scale. And the same scale, that's kind of like a sound font, but for music theory, right? So you can plug that scale in, and if you just use notes from that scale, the music's going to have an element of coherence to it that is very easy to achieve. Just like if you use a sound font, it's going to like, oh, okay, all these sounds kind of work well together to give you a sort of mixed video game music metaphor. All right, let's keep this going with Skyarrow Bridge. Okay, slightly more dense moving harmony this time, but we're going to grab it real quick here. Let's grab that right there. We have 1, the 6, to the 5 of 4, to 4, to 5. And if you're saying, well, Dan, you seem to be picking that up a little bit faster. Well, it's early in the day. My brain's working. And also, I went back and listened to part 1 for practice. Yesterday, like half an hour. All the chord versions I didn't get last time, that didn't come quickly in me. I was like, all right, let's go get these patterns together, these composers. All right, so B flat. You have have 1, 2, 6, to the 5, 4, to 4, to 5, sus. Oopsie doozy. And that's when he lost the pick. And then we have 4, 5, 3, 6. 4, 5, 3. That's a 3 to a 6. Dibba digga go. Going to the subdominant or dominant. And then it's a 2, 5 to bring us back. 2, 5. Bringing us back to Z1. All right, cool. Well, that's the A section. I think we're going to go ahead and, instead of having you just wait while I write down the B section as well, we're going to talk about the A section here. So 1, 6, 5 of 4, 4, 5. This 5 of 4, again, this is use of a secondary dominant. And this is, how about this? To show you the effect of a secondary dominant, instead of me telling you what it is, let me show you, and then you can make up your own mind what the emotions are. So here's going to be the chords without the secondary dominant. One time. Put the emotion that you would associate with that sound in the chat. If you're watching on demand, put it in the comments. What's the emotion that you would associate with that? I'll play it for you one more time. What is the, okay, happy, says Manini Boy. A happy jog, says Ushi. Rubus is adventurous. Okay, cool. And none of these are right or wrong. This is your opinion, and your opinion is about as right and also as wrong as things can be. Everyone has their own opinion, and no one is right or right or wrong. Sorry. Freudian slip. I was reading. Davis said warmness, good. Feels jolly, says Anna. Positive movement, happy. Tiredness because Eddie Thomas. Oh, Thomas. Silly goose. Okay, so now I'm going to throw in the secondary dominant. Okay, what would you call that in terms of emotion? I'd love to know if that changed anything for you. Type the emotion that made you feel in the chat. Put it also in the comments. Play it for you one more time while people are typing. Feels like it has more depth. If you're on Twitch, you should participate too, because I'm reading everything too. More depth, more hopeful. Interesting. Sounds happy still, more hopeful. Okay, but do we agree that it changes a little bit of the vibe? Type a 1 in the chat, type a 1 in the comments if you're watching this on demand. If you agree that that addition of that sound in there if it changed the emotion. Okay, so even though it's a nuanced change, that's where the spice of life lies. If we think about emotions, the spice of life is in the nuance of it, right? So it's like, are you happy? Are you contented? Are you joyful? Are you exhilarated? It's like all those are different things, and all those feel differently. And so even small changes like throwing in a secondary dominant there can really change the emotional context and the emotional feeling of what you feel and also what's going on in the music. All right, let's keep this going with Castelia City. So we have a chord movement here that we've actually heard quite a bit so far in this OST, and that is going from 5 to the leading tone, or the 7 of 6. You could also think of this as being a secondary dominant. You know, what note is in the root here? Yeah, well, the bass at least is going. Y'all don't go check your body, do that conga. All right, so here we have. 1, 4, 5. Leading tone moves us to 6. Yeah, and then again a tritone substitution, bringing us to 2. So the flat 2 of 2. Flat 2 of 2, which brings us to 2. Okay, what is a tritone substitution? I realized that I neglected to explain that in the last stream. Okay, so you know how we talked about there's major chords, there's minor chords, and there's dominant chords. And these dominant chords, well, they sound a little bit cooler. Why? Because they have the flat 7 in them. They just sound cool. And again, that's my opinion, and that's a word that I'm using, but, you know, by and large, we're going to go ahead and paint in broad strokes. So when we have a 7th chord, we're going to ignore one of the notes, and we're just going to talk about 3 of them. So we're going to talk about the root, the 3rd, and the 7th. So, for example, let's take a C7. Let's take a G7. Okay, so we take a G7 chord. So the notes in a G7 chord are G, B, D, and F. And if you recall your basic musical alphabet from last stream. It goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. And so basically what you can see is we're skipping one letter each time. So G, skip A, B, skip C, D, skip E, F. We're going every other one. Okay, and here we have 1, 3, 5, and then flat 7. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take just the 3 and the 5, so just the B and the F, and we're going to say, okay, we have B and F, B is 3, F is flat 7. What note would be the root if F was 3 and B was flat 7? Ooh, interesting stuff. Okay, so for F to be 3 and B to be flat 7, we'd need a D flat. We had D flat, F, and then B, really we're going to think of B as being a C flat here to be enharmonic and correct in our enharmonic. So B equals C flat. And if you're saying, well, Dan, this is still going over my head, yeah, I understand because I don't have time to teach you absolutely everything about music theory. But if you know a little bit about music theory, this will get you there. So B to C flat. And so what we're saying is we're going to keep 3 and 7, but we're going to make 7 3, and we're going to make 3 7. And then just like figuring out what key we're in, basically we're running the math equation of saying, okay, B is the 7 of what? F is the 3 of what? So if we go F, we count backwards. We go E, we count backwards. We go D. Okay, it's some kind of D. And that's how tritone substitutions work. It's that you take the root note that would change the 7 to the 3 and the 3 to the 7. And then that is what you put in there. So like here, where we're going to the 2, and there's that tritone sub bringing us to the 2, right, the 5 of 2 would be an F7, which if you listen to it, it'll make sense. So let's see, what's the chord progression up to this point? We have... That makes sense. Now, what we're going to do here, and you can actually see my hand's not going to move too much on the guitar. I'm going to, these two notes stay the same, and I'm going to change the lowest note. That's it. So basically what happens is you change one note and keep the other two the same, and because you have 2/3 overlap between the chords, so let's think about it this way. We have a little Venn diagram, okay? And the overlap is 2 notes. And there's only one note different on either side because these chords have 2 notes in common. They're actually related and they work to stand in for each other. Kind of like, you know, there's stories about people who are twins, you know, going in for job interviews for each other. It's kind of like that. We have 2 identical twins. They're different. They're not the same, but my gosh, they sound very much alike because they have the 2 notes in common, and they're kind of like identical twins that can stand in for each other. Is how that works. Okay, let's get this going with Trainer's Eyes Meet. Yeah, close to Johnny be good. Good ears. It is a blues form, but it's a little different. Oops. It is very surfy for a question. Okay, so what we have here is starts on a 4. 1, 5. Sorry, then back to 5. Right. So what we have here are blues chords in a blues form that is not exactly a blues in terms of the traditional way of thinking about it. So I'll come out to you. Here we go. One, 5, 4, 1, 5, 4, 1, 5. All right, cool. Let's check out Route 4. Oh, why does this feel like surf music? This feels like surf music because it uses similar chords and similar chords in a similar order to the Beach Boys. Where do the Beach Boys get these from? The Beach Boys got this from listening to Chuck Berry and Little Richard. The guys who like invented rock and roll. Where did Chuck Berry and Little Richard get them from? Listening to blues. Leadbelly, Robert Johnson. So yeah, why does this sound like surf? This sounds like surf because if you think about the family tree of music, surf music, the Beach Boys, comes from rock and roll, which comes from blues. There you go. And please, if you're about to type, but Buddy Holly invented rock and roll, please go do some research. That's not accurate. Not even close. It's like not, no. You can look at literally the dates that songs were released on records. Buddy Holly's like, I forget what it was, but I looked it up a couple years ago. It's something, it's more than a year behind Little Richard. And Chuck Berry. All right, let's check out Route 4. Kind of doing like a no. Something like that. Let's grab that real quick. Got the B section. Let's grab the A section. Oh. Huh? Really? Oh. Right. Maybe? First inversion? Yeah, it's like 1 and 2. 1 to 2 to 1 over 3. Now, what does it mean when I put a 1 over a 3? Let's talk about that. Oh, and then the B section is 1 to flat 7, like we've heard in a lot of the other previous routes. And it's also cool to hear the melody get developed with the root, which we've been talking about chords, so we're going to keep talking about chords. Okay, we've talked about melody in other streams. You can go check those out. So, something interesting here to talk about is when I put something with a slash and then an actual number. So let's take this G7 chord here, for example. So we have a G, a B, a D, and an F. G, B, D, F. Now, what happens is, let's take this G and make the G the highest note. So now we have B, D, F, G. So we have B, D, F, G. B, D. We have B, D, F, G. Now let's make the B the D the lowest note. B is going to be the highest note. So we have D, F, G, B. You can hear that there's a similar sound. So here's what the B is the lowest note. The essence, the emotional essence, there's a core of emotion that stays the same, but the nuance changes. So here's what the B is the lowest note. Here's what the D is the lowest note. Here's what the F as the lowest note. And so you can hear that it all sounds very similar, much like different members of a family or even the different sides of a person. Like, some days someone's happy, the next day they're down. They're still them, but it's a different side and a different color of them. And that's how we can think about these. And this is called inversions. Inversions because we are flipping the order, we're inverting the order of the notes. So if I put 3 down at the bottom, what that means is we're going to look here at this letter for the key, and this letter is B. So if B is 1, what is 3? That's going to be D. In this case, D sharp. So we have B, C, D. That's going to be 3. So whenever I put a slash in a number, that's showing in relation to what key we're in, what note is the lowest note in the chord. Very cool stuff. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling. Type a 3 in the chat if you are having fun. Type a 3 in the chat if you're having fun. Let's check out Trainer's Eyes Meet Backpacker. Okay. Okay, so something approximating. Well, maybe not. How are they harmonizing it is the question. All right, so I'm going to break this down for you and show you how I'm thinking about this. So even though this is really quick, this is actually going to take us a moment to break down. Okay, so we have Backpacker. Remember the key B flat. The B flat is 1. And we have a descending baseline, and we're going to write that out first. So we're going to go 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 4, 2, 5. Okay, now we're going to figure out what chords sit over those notes. Yeah, so we have a 1 and then a 5. So 1 and then 5 over 7. Right, so the chord is the 5 chord, which is F, but the lowest note is going to be 7 to B flat, which is A, which puts that 5 in what we would call first inversion. Maybe 2, 5 there. And then we have definitely 4, 2, 5 there. Okay, so the Roman numerals are going to be 4, 2, 5. 7, 6, 5. The question is 5 a 1 chord above it or a 5 chord above it? It's a 1. A 1 over 5. And we'll call the 6 a 2. That might not be correct, but there you go. There's our backpacker. Whoosh. So what we had is a descending baseline, the bum, 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 bum. And there's many different ways that we could pick the chords for these here notes. That's pretty cool. Let's keep this rocking and rolling with Nimbasa City. All right, pretty cool chord progression. A section is basically a 1, flat 3, 4, flat 6, flat 7. Now that flat 6, flat 7, that's a very common chord progression. They're bringing us back to 1. But having the flat 3 and 4 in there, if this feels like a little rock, not rock and roll, but rock to you, like thinking, oh, it's more like 80s, 90s type stuff, you'd be right, because these chords and the second time it goes to 5. Second ending goes to 5. And it does a sus4 to 3, so it does a 4 to 3. Now, this, to me, yeah, little Green Day like, says Dan. Yes. Good ears, Dan. Now, not me. So there's someone in the chat called Dan. I'm not like, you're not witnessing the mental break of me. Not today. So, yeah, 1 flat 3 4 flat 6 flat 7, and the second time going to 5. And what makes this sound rock? Well, it's because we have these flats in here, right? So it's the fact that, number one, we start off with a minor chord, 1 minor, and then the flat 3 4. That by itself is going to sound a little bit rocky. We could just sit here with 1 flat 3 and 4, and that's going to sound very rock. But then adding in the flat 6, flat 7, then back to 1 brings it even more rock. So you can see how this chord progression has, it's all rock. It's all rock, because even if we just take the first 3 chords and I play them over and over again, it sounds like rock. And if I play the last 3 chords, well, the last 2 chords bring us back around. It sounds very rock too. So there you go. It sounds very rock, and then also does some really interesting stuff in the B section where it actually modulates and changes keys. See if we can go grab that real quick. Okay, so let me go to 4. But 4 is secretly a 2. So we're actually going to, we're doing a 2 5 1 to flat 3. Okay, so we have a 2 of flat 3, 5 of flat 3, 2 flat 3 itself, which is the relative major. Dun, dun, dun. Six. Flat 6. That's like a minor 2 5. Oh, but not quite. Oh, that's interesting. So not a half diminished 2 5, but rather a regular, well, not regular, but a minor 7 2, then to 5. To 1, and then we go to the 5 of 4, 4, 2 5, 1 to flat 3, flat 6. Now let's grab this. What happens here? not incorrect. Yeah, and then it modulates up a half step. So then it goes, and it does the same chord progression, but starting with A as the lowest note. And that's also what gives it some energy, too. Modulation. Okay, let's keep this going. By the way, I just want to take a moment and say how grateful I am that we get to do this together. Like, I get to sit here and practice my ear training and practice a little bit of guitar and show you guys some cool patterns and stuff in the music, and like you like it too. Like, this is amazing. This is beautiful, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to do this with you. So thank you. Thank you for watching this. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's keep going with Bianca's theme. Oh, this is literally Baby I Want You Back, Jackson 5. All right, let's grab these here chords. Now, this is very much like I Want You Back by the Jackson 5. Ooh, ooh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please take me back to your heart? And then there's also even that little thing at the beginning. Oh, yeah. Okay, so in the beginning here, we have a 1, 6, 4, 5. And we're in the key of G. So G is going to be our 1. So we have 1, we have 6, we have 4, we have 5. Now, this is a common chord progression. Not common as in bad, but common as in, like, you can hear this in quite a few songs. Okay, 1, 6, 4, 5. Oftentimes you hear 1, 6, 2, 5. Either way, the 2 or the 4, they share notes in common, like we talked about with this Venn diagram for the secondary dominants. And because the 2 and 4 share notes together, they're kind of like identical twins that can be changed out for each other too. Different emotion, different chord, but kind of serves the same function, and the function is called a subdominant function. The subdominant brings us to the 5, and the 5 is dominant. So we have subdominant to dominant. Every time we move from subdominant to dominant, I should be writing these little brackets underneath to show you that we're moving from subdominant to dominant. But I don't do it every time because sometimes I'm moving pretty quick. So yeah, we have 1, 6, 4, 5. And then again, we have a descending bass line, much like we had for the backpacker, but this doesn't sound quite as military. This sounds more pop. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, and then to 3. So let's grab the chords that are happening. Okay, this one's quite nostalgic, says Nitro One. I put to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that the reason why this sounds nostalgic is because it feels like Baby I Want You Back by the Jackson 5. Okay, so then we have this descending bass line that goes 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5. And if you notice, this also went 5, 4, 2, 5. This one goes to 3. But either way, we're getting the 2, 5 in the notes. We're getting a subdominant to dominant in terms of what's going to be turning us back around to the 1. And this pattern of subdominant to dominant leading us back to the 1 is the tonic. Subdominant is 4 or 2. Dominant is 5. It can also be 7 diminished. And then 1 is tonic. 3 minor can also be tonic if we're thinking in terms of major keys. Because 3, again, Venn diagram with 1, shares those notes. So interchangeable for a similar effect, but different emotional nuance. I think I'm about right there. I'm gesturing at it. Yes, and it also might be nostalgic because you heard it over 10 years ago. But I actually think you heard this before because you heard... Actually, we're in the Senate. I am the Senate. Okay. Here we go. Oy. All right. It's a little dense. It'll take me a second. We'll get it. What key are we in? Right. Basically, a 1 to a 5. Unlimited power. Yeah. I am all the Sith. Jedi. Okay. We're back. We have 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3. And what did we do? Maybe. Something like that. Okay, so we have something along the lines of, and this is not 100% right, but we're mostly there. We go to 3, to 6, to basically 1. We're going to skip a couple passing chords there, and then we're going to do 2, 5. Which then would bring us back. Ooh, baby, give me one more chance. Won't you please take me back to your heart? Ooh, darling, I was blind to let you go. All right. It's going with an unwavering heart. Keep on searching for an unwavering heart. It's my Neil Young impression. Okay, here we go. Unwavering heart. is really pretty. Okay, so we are in the key of A. Must be the money. This is the Unwavering Heart. Unwavering, we're in the key of A. Okay. Let's take it from the tippy top. 4, 5, 6, 3, 6. All right, so we have the 4, 5, 3, 6 that we have heard earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Where do we have the 4, 5, 3, 6? No idea. It was somewhere. Okay, so we have 4, 4 kind of like major 7, 5 sus 4, then we go to 3, and then we go to 6. And notice we don't start on 1, and 1 isn't present here in this chord progression. Because 1 isn't present here, it feels like it doesn't really sit home. And it actually almost feels like 6 feels more like home than 1, at least right here. Yeah, and then it's like 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and you know what's really beautiful about this? It's a little ambiguous as to what the 1 is. If I'm not incorrect, this is a term I'm kind of new to. I believe this is the Royal Road chord progression, which I'd known this chord progression for a very long time. I didn't know it actually had a name. So the reason why this is called the Royal Road is because it keeps going. It doesn't land on 1, and because it doesn't land on 1, it just wants to keep repeating. And you can see even here, there's no 1 in this entire piece of music. There's no 1. Here we have 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we have 4, 5, 3, 6. Not a single 1 to be found. But these are very pretty chords. Never gonna let you down, run around to hurt you. Never gonna tell a lie, say goodbye, tell a lie, hurt you, yeah. Cool. That's such a beautiful song. It really is. Okay. Let's keep this going with Prisoner to a Formula. No. Yeah, Prisoner to a Formula. You know, Kusima says, beautiful cover. Thank you. You know what, Kusima? You're welcome. Thank you for acknowledging that. Because I put a little bit of my heart into that, so thank you. Okay, Prisoner to a Formula. Oi. Now, buckle up, buckos. You know, it's days like today that I'm like, man, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 were, like, not this harmonically dense. Okay. Oy vey, as my grandfather used to say. Yeah, I'm not going to grab this one off the top of my head, unfortunately. But, sure sounds creepy, don't it? Type a 2 in the chat if you feel like that sounds creepy. We're going to keep this going with battle, and also just a heads up, as we are doing some longer streams today, I am going to be eating and drinking, as I have done on longer streams before. If that grosses you out, sorry. Some people are like, I never eat or drink on streams. I'm like, I want to stream for a long time. I don't know what to tell you. So, also, as my grandfather used to say, l'chaim, we're going to do the whole morning routine, and we're going to rock this roll. Supplements, check. Breakfast, check. And we're going to rock this roll. And feel that beat, and we can ride the boogie as we share the beat of love. Shmuel says, listen for N harmonics, please. Brushing teeth on stream when, says Kuzima. That's pretty funny. Okay. Let's get this going with battle. So we're going back to the beginning because this actually has ties in terms of patterns to the gym leader. And also other things we've heard so far. So we're going to pull it back just a little bit. Wow. No, I was mistaken. Okay, so we have some rock in here, which is pretty cool. Okay, so battle. We have one. We're going to think of these as power chords again, just like we did for Gym Leader. We're going to go 1, 2, 6 to 1, flat 7. Remember, flat 7 sounds. Put it in the chat. Flat 7 sounds what? Cool. To flat 3. And so, and then we went back to 1. So in the same way that in Nimbasa City, the rock feeling was there was flat 3s and flat 7s. You can see because there's flat 3s and flat 7s here. This also has that darker feeling to it, but it has something else to it. There's an emotion. There's an emotion and a feeling to this that it's outside of rock. It's Pokemon. I don't know what to tell you. There's something about having the 6 in there, going 1 to 6, that is just really delightful. Really, really delightful. Okay, this particular piece was composed by Goichi Nose. It's cool. This is really cool. And then there's this motif that repeats over the whole thing, like. And I'm playing that very wrong, but then that repeats. Composed by Masuda, arranged by Ichinose. Han says, remember these motifs. Well, if we're going to have to remember these motifs, let me actually get it. Because goodness gracious me. Okay, let's write down the motif here. So we have 1, 2, flat 3, 2, 1, 2, flat 3. Okay, back up and down again. Do 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 do. Is it? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Sometimes I overthink it. Bro. Yeah, okay. So. And then just back and forth a whole bunch of times, 1, 2, flat. Well, okay, tell you what, that's gonna be enough for me to remember. It's the do 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 do. It's kind of like Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline, but not really. Okay, let's get this going with a tight spot during battle. Uh-oh. Sounds like a helpless one. So, Onion Moo in the chat says, the Bumblebee be flying though. Yeah, we hear these chromaticisms, like Flight of the Bumblebee by Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. What is a chromaticism? Well, chroma means color in Greek. So it's like all the colors, all the notes. And so when you put a bunch of notes all in a row, come on now. Like that, that's a chromaticism being used up and down. And so that's one of the feelings that really makes this feel like you're in danger. It feels like a warning sound, those chromaticisms up and down. So there you go. That's an interesting little tidbit there, and you can check out Flight of the Bumblebee. That actually wasn't tapping, KZN. That was all left-hand legato, believe it or not. Okay, let's keep this going. That was just hammer-ons and pull-offs on the guitar. Let's check out bicycle, bicycle, bicycle. I want to ride my... Hey, can we just talk about the feeling of victory the first time you get the bicycle? Ah. All right, we're going to go ahead and grab some of these chords. This is a pretty cool piece of music. By the way, just checking, last stream, it looked like we had some frames dropping in the video. Type a 3 in the chat if it looks like the video's smoother today than it was last stream. I made some changes in the setup. Just want to make sure everything's good there. Type a 3 in the chat if the video's looking good. It was starting about 20 minutes ago? Huh. It's odd. So it starts off 4, 5, 5, 1. 4, 5, 1, major 7. Again. Basically taking us to 6. Again, I'm simplifying a scotch here. Flat 6, flat 7. So that's a 1, 2, 1 with a flat 7 chord, but with still. Yeah, that's cool. So 1, and then we have flat 7, but the lowest note in the chord is 1. Just one flat. This is a 1 dominant chord. Can't tell. Might also be a 1 flat 7 with an add 4. Because either way, we're like 1 note difference between those 2 chords. Anyway, keep going. That 4, 5 of 6 to 6. Sure enough, we have 4 to a 5 of 6, which then brings us to 6. Oh, you don't want to sit here and watch me figure out the rest of this. Look, cool stuff here. Part of what makes me really like this, and, well, let me not say what I really like, but I think the interesting thing, we've talked about this cool lullaby, like this rock and roll lullaby thing for Pokemon. And sure enough, we can see here, we have 4, 5, 1, 4, 5, 6. That is headed into Lullaby Town. But then there's the flat 6, flat 7, 1. Because we have those flats, especially that flat 7, also that flat 6, bringing us back to a major 1, that makes it feel a little bit more cool. Let me show you what I mean. So here's 4, 5, 1. 4, 5, 1. Like, that feels pretty safe. But then here, that's where it gets a little bit rock. And so we have this combination, this juxtaposition between going to anything with a flat. Remember, it's going to sound a little darker. especially if we start in major. Anything with a flat 6 sound a little darker, a little bit more cool, a little bit more... I gotta use the word cool. It's very subjective. But to me, it sounds cool. But then again, looking at the... All right, and let me show you what I think is cool. So if I was to look at the 2 legendary Pokemons here, where we have the white one that kind of looks like a fox with some sweet hair and a crazy tail, but wings. A wolf. Looks like a wolf with crazy hair and wings and like rings around its neck and rings around its tail. It looks kind of cool. But for me, what looks really cool is this fellow over here on the right with the wings, and he's like black and matte black and shiny black and got the red eyes. For me, that's more cool. So if you want to understand what, for me, like cool is, yeah, a little bit cooler is this fellow over here with like the claws and like the ziggy-zaggy horns and stuff. So, yeah. For context of like when I say something's cool, I'm talking about Zekrom. Yeah, cool. All right, Champion Alder. Aider, Alder. All right, well, I got the A section, just listening to it, fortunately. 4, 1, flat 6. Then this is flat 7 to 4 minor. Oh, that's really interesting. 2, 4 minor. Okay, so what's really cool here is we have 4 major, and then a couple chords later we have 4 minor. Oh, that's some cool stuff. Oh, this is sweet. It's really cool. Okay, so look, it's like... That is so, so cool. But please feel free to put your questions in the chat. Oops, wrong button. Oh, so cool. So then the difference really here, what we're talking about with the 6 versus the flat 6 is there's 1 note difference. Excuse me, between, I'm sorry, between 4 and 4 minor, there's 1 note difference. And that note is the flat 6, which is why I said flat 6. I was getting ahead of myself. Because the difference between the natural 6 and flat 6 relative to the 1 is, in fact, the third of the 4. Now, having this 4 major, this feels pretty open. Now, we explored this idea of the different qualities of chords between 1 and 4 back in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stream, so I'm not going to go too deep into this here. If you want to check that stream out, I go way into depth of the different relationships and emotional components between 1s and 4s. I recommend you check out, again, that's the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Normally I don't say go check out another stream to learn something, but since you clearly like Pokemon because you're here, you might like the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stream. We talk a lot about different 1s and 4s there. And then to have the 4 minor here at the end too. Really cool stuff. Really cool. You don't see that every day. Let me just double check that that is in fact the 4 minor. and I'm not losing my mind. That's 5. Oh gosh, I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Oh, how embarrassing. Oh, how embarrassing. I told you I'd make a mistake. Oh, how embarrassing. It's 5 minor. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. How embarrassing. Oh. I mean, that's what I get for doing this live, right? I could be like everyone else, and I could sit down and I could listen to the OST, and I could take my time and figure it all out, and then make you a nice 12-minute video where I talk very charismatically about the motifs and the developments and the blah, 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 blah. But I was like, I don't want to do it like everyone else. I want to do it live. We'll do it live. All right. Sorry. Let's keep this going. Because, you know, I had to be special. I had to do it live. I'd be like, what's everyone else not doing? Let me do that. And now notice other people are now doing live streams, breaking stuff down. You saw it first here. Okay. Let's keep this going. Driftveil Drawbridge. You know, by the way, if you're new to the channel and you're like, wow, chat is giving you a really hard time, I want you to understand that everyone's being a little sarcastic and it's just the way of showing love for me, that when I give myself a hard time, everyone's like, yeah, really give yourself a hard. Just to be clear, if you to understand the tone of this community is they are joking. Welcome if you're new to the community and people are joking when they're giving me a hard time. They're not actually being mean. People who are actually mean are not part of this community. So yeah, we're just having fun. Just to be clear, in this community, we like to have fun. And sometimes we tease just a little bit, but it's usually when someone's already done it first. And then we like, yeah, So yeah, it's love. And yeah, we do love self-discipline. And sometimes people joke about how disciplined we can be. We love aggressively, says CJ. Mudkip. Oh, hey, Mudkip, my favorite starter in Pokemon Sapphire. Says, actually, first time here. I found you during the Metal Gear video, and now you're doing my favorite Pokemon game. That's awesome. You're most welcome. Yes, we do love aggressively. Okay. Let's keep this going. Also, 92 miles power says, despite the name, this is the theme of N, a mysterious boy who is revealed to be the king of Team Black. Ooh, spoilers, but that's okay. Exciting. Thank you so much for the context. 92 miles prower, not power, prower. Thank you on Twitch. I heard you like Mudkips. I do like Mudkips. Mudkips. Hashtag Mudkips forever. I don't know how many times I played through and beat Pokemon Sapphire, but it was more than 5 and less than 20. Somewhere in there. Is N the N of 1? Okay. Hashtag Mudkips forever. Hey, Levocianic says hashtag Mudkips forever. I think we should get shirts made. Okay, let's keep this going. We are Team Mudkip. Where were we? Driftveil. Oh, what oh, it's not done. Sorry. I was like, that was really cool. Oops, sorry. All right, this is a seriously cool piece of music. Okay, I'm going to guess here. It says Driftveil Drawbridge. But I'm going to guess that this is not just a drawbridge over a river. There may be a river, but I'm going to guess that this is a drawbridge over a dizzying height. Let me know if I've got this correct. This is a guess, and I could be wrong, but I feel like this is a bridge that has, it may be a drawbridge, but there's a huge, it's up way up in the air, and there's a drawbridge. Type a 2 in the chat if I'm right. Over an ocean. Okay, but is it up? Is it up? Is it high? No? Okay, it's over an ocean. I get it right. Because there's something about... Okay, it's huge, right? There's something big about this. Over fog. Okay. Well, I'm getting very mixed messages here. There seems to be a discrepancy in opinion as to how high the bridge is. The reason why I say that is that... this vibe here. Yeah, Area Majestic says Rubus Drake in the chat, and I would agree with that. That's what I'm getting at. It's the intervals that are being used here are fourths. Now I can't play this one, so I'm going to play it as a fifth, invert it. one of the characteristics of fourths and fifths, the interval, is that they feel very open. So here's a fifth. Feels very open, as is a fourth. Fourth is a little bit denser than a fifth, by about a whole step, but it carries also different emotional context. And so that right there alone makes it feel like there is some level of openness. That's why I was thinking the space between the bridge and the ground, but maybe it's just the largeness of the bridge and the scale of what's happening. But those intervals and those sounds makes things feel open and large, along also with the instruments that are being used here too. Now we have a question in the chat, which is, can I confirm the time signature? Ooh, interesting. I'm going to guess the time signature here is 3-2 or 3-1. I'd say much more likely 3-2, just because I've played some musicals where there was slower stuff in 3, and sometimes composers will write in 3-2. The 3-2 is not a terribly uncommon time signature. I've seen 3-2 plenty of times. So my guess would be 3-2 or 3-1. Bum, 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 bum. And then whether it's 3-2 or whether it's 9-8 or 9-4, that really gets down to the way that the beat is divided here. Well, the delay is 1 and 2 and. All right, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and. That's where the delay is. And. Yeah, and then delay. You're right. There's something else added on. I feel like here's 4-4. Two and a 3, and then maybe 1 and 1. Maybe that's 12-8. Or swing. Yeah, it's either that or it's 4-4 with a little bit of swing to it. Good ears, Rubus. Excellent ears. Well done. All right, cool stuff. Let's keep this rocking and rolling with Driftveil City, Driftveil City. Itty little Driftveils in a row. See how they fly, like Lucy in the sky. See how they run. I'm crying. tell me this doesn't sound like Rick James. Tell me in the chat, tell me in the comments that this does not sound like Rick James. Like, that in no way, shape, or forms resembles Rick James. Oopsie-doosey. I think you guys are like, who? Rick James. Y'all are about to get an education after the stream. Okay. So we have, well, here, let's call it like this. So we have 4, 4, 5, 1, 4, 5, 1, and that repeats. And then oh, you know what else it sounds like? It's like Outcast, too. What Outcast song? It's like Rick James, Outcast. The Wizard Ninja says, okay, this song does not sound like Rick James. Don't know why you asked me to lie, though. No, I can't tell. The Wizard Ninja, I can't tell if you're being meta with that. Yeah, but Vietnamese music is inspired by what? Not all of it, but a lot of it. If you go back, 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, that's 50 years of basically the world, to a degree, following American music. All right, so we have 41415. Okay. Let's keep this going. Weird. Cold storage. Hoo-hoo. Cold storage. Let me tell you now. So what's wild about cold storage is there's a whole lot of incredible things happening in the melody, etc. But the chords themselves, basically it's 1/4. One four, baby. Pretty much the whole way through in terms of the chords. And again, this happens to be a OST that we are walking through, looking at the chords. We have done OSTs in the past where we looked at the melody, and, you know, it depends on how things go. We're really talking about the chords today. Oh, 1-4. More specifically, 1-7 to 4-7. And that's because flat sevens are what? Put it in the chat. Put it in the comments. What are flat sevens? Like most of the time. Okay, let's check out Route 6. Now, I think what's interesting about Route 6 is it felt a little bit more marchy. Like, here's something cool. Type of 4, well, Mischievous Jiri, if you type faster, you won't be so delayed. That's how it works. So the more conversations happen, the more things go, the sooner it'll show up. Where was I? ADHD moment. I'm sorry. I don't actually have ADHD, I don't think. This certainly was an ADHD moment. Right. Type of 4 in the chat if you can hear the descending bass line here. Right there. Be da do dee da. Great, that's a bunch of you that can hear it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 130, 9, 10, 11. Okay, about 10% of you. And I'm going to assume about 10% also heard it and didn't say anything because, you know, lurkers be lurking, and I don't want to call you out. We'll have our lurker amnesty moment later in the stream. Hang out because you don't want to miss that. Okay, well over 10% of you are grokking it. That's most excellent. All right, let's do Parasol Lady, shall we? You know, I really would love it if in real life, when my eyes met someone else's eyes, like, I don't intentionally go around looking people in the eye. Maybe you do. I don't. I don't recommend it, just based on my personal experience. But just like, you're in the supermarket, and all of a sudden, like, you know, you can sometimes feel like someone's looking at you, just because, like, maybe someone's looking at the, you know, cheese that's behind me, and you look up and your eyes meet, and it was like, music would play. It'd be pretty fun. Okay. Right, let's get the music theater here. Bro. What? Ha! Come on now. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around or hurt you down the line. Say goodbye. It's almost there. That last chord isn't minor, that last chord is actually 7. But I was cheating a little bit. I was using the parallel major chords. Really, it's E minor to F sharp minor. Oh, it's not again Guitar Assassin. If you go back and listen to the actual bass notes, I was cheating a little bit. I was using that Venn diagram to my advantage to actually find new opportunities and ways to sing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. But really, no, it's not. It's different chords. why these cords are throwing me for a loop. Hold on, folks. I'm going to grab this. It's going to happen. Maybe? A. Right, 2-5. That's what I was thinking. Two 2-5s. I don't know why that was throwing me for a loop. Oi! So we have a 2-5, which would normally lead us to D. So we're going to say we're in the key of D just for how we start off. So we have a 2, 5, and then we have a 2, 5 of 2. So the 2 of 2 to the 5 of 2. And that's basically where we're at. And I don't know why I wasn't hearing that. Okay. And I also did manage to put Rickroll. Okay, let's keep this going with Trainer's Eyes Meet Scientist. We've heard this melody before. Kinda. Okay, at a fundamental level, the harmony for Scientist is one 5, and then it goes down a half step to B minor. 1-5, basically. We say, well, that sounds pretty simple. Yeah, well, like I said, at a very fundamental, basic, distilled level. Okay, let's keep this going with Chargestone Cave. Okay, let's talk about what makes this sound a little bit creepy. And a little, well, maybe not creepy, but like off. Like, have you ever seen a photo of someone who you know and they flip their face backwards so the left and right side is reversed? Like, you still know who that is, but something feels really creepy about it. And so, what makes Chargestone Cave sound a little disconcerting, shall we say? Shmuel00 has got it. And that's going to be whole tones, but putting whole tones together to create not only a whole tone to the melody, but also create augmented chords. So, I'm going to give you an example of how augmented chords really bring us into this world of, well, a little bit creepiness, if you will. Excuse me. Okay, so let's do it like this, okay? Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow. Type a 4 in the chat if you feel like a haunted circus is about to come to town. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow. Kinda nightmarish. Yes. So part of what makes Chargestone Cave sound so mysterious and so otherworldly, I'm going to guess that in Chargestone Cave, something's going on with the graphics. Maybe there's diamonds or sparklies, or or maybe it's dark and we need a lantern. Maybe we can't see. But something along these lines of there being some mysterious, either ephemeral quality or you can't see because it's dark and there's just a little bit of light, I would guess, in Chargestone Cave. Now, I could be wrong there, but I don't think I am. Tell me what part of that is correct that I'm gesturing at. Levitating blue rocks. Yeah, something otherworldly. An electric cave charged by floating electric stones. Yeah. Cool. So what's cool about this is not how I was able to talk about where this comes from, in my opinion. In my opinion, what's really cool is how accurately the composers represented the idea of this place and how it's a little otherworldly and how it's a little odd and weird. Cool. Very interesting. Okay, so we've made it through the cave, and we find ourselves headed towards Mistralton City. Mistralton. Oh, I wonder if there's going to be music here. Most impressive. Okay. Yeah, and Nosava says it's insane how they can form the image in your head just through the sound font. I agree. And it's not just the sound font, which would be the timbre or the quality of the sounds, but it's also the melodies, the harmonies, the rhythm, the speed, the contrast. Mistralton. I prefer Mistral Town. Like a minstrel, but without an N. Oh, right, there is no N, is there? I know how to read. Flip sliding, let's go down. Everybody rocking in a minstrel town. Ah! I just remembered I had a dream last night that I was playing Slat Bass on American Idol. I didn't remember till I heard this bass just now, because I was rocking the bass. I was like live American Idol auditions. Rufus Drake says, Dan, can you guess what the city's about for bonus points? Okay. One of two things. Either... Well, it's one of three things, and it might be of both. Alright, so... It's either high technology, fast speed transportation, maybe like in tubes, or high-tech technology and fast transport speed in tubes. Like maybe you actually can travel through tubes, kind of like Super Mario or something like that. So I'm going to guess fast travel and lots of technology is, I would guess, what Mistralton is all about. Airport. Okay. So fast travel. High-tech transportation. Airport. Okay. Oh, it was close. Oh, the instrumentation in the B section is used for a tube area in the sequel. Come on now. All right, that's pretty cool. All right, let's actually break down these chords here. Love you too, tendencies. still not sure about the second chord. Oh, that's better. Yeah. That was a D, G. And G makes a little bit more sense. Okay, so we have 1 to flat 6, 1 to 4 minor, back to 1. That's a pretty cool chord progression. All right. So that 1 to flat 6, that's a little rock. That feels a little rock. It's got that little dangerous, cool thing, you know? Little wait. That's what I was thinking in terms of the transportation, because that sounds like you're going somewhere. It also sounds high tech. Flying type gym. Okay, cool. Cool. So this chord progression right here, I don't think I've ever seen this chord progression before in my life. So that's pretty cool. I'm not saying I've seen every chord progression. No, but I've seen many. I don't think I've seen this one before. Not any of the OSTs we've done either. This is really cool. 1, flat 6, 1, 4, 5 sus, 5, 5 sus 4, 5 back to 1. That's really cool. Amazing stuff. All right, let's keep this going with Cedric Juniper. Sorry, I said that wrong. Cedric Juniper. All right, let's keep this going. Cedric Juniper. Okay. So, different key. So, Juniper was an A. Cedric is an F. Juniper Lab, G flat. Huh. Okay. Is F for father? Oh, that's cool. Also, F for you're not my real dad. There's woodwinds being used here that I didn't notice when we were listening to Juniper, Professor Juniper. Or maybe that was me just not thinking about it. Yeah, I had it right the first time. 2, 5, 1. Sorry. Yeah. 2. Tritone sub pointing us back to 1, but instead. Maybe? Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. 3, Tritone. Right, bring us back to 2. I was like, what am I doing? All right, well, let's get that down. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we have, it starts off 2, 5, 1. And then it goes 3. And then tritone sub, so it's a flat 2 of 2. Which then brings us back to the 2, 5. That's pretty cool. And I don't think we had that in Juniper. 2, 5, 1. Juniper. Okay, Juniper has the 2, 5, 1. Juniper has the secondary dominant of the 5 of 4, bringing us to the 5. Whereas this has the tritone sub, bringing us back to the 2. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Let's keep it going with Pokédex Evaluation Not Bad. Let's get whatever. What the heck? Yo. Fundamentally, we're going 4-1, but my goodness, there's some really interesting passing stuff in there. Pokédex. Pokédex, not bad. I think we're thinking of being in B flat. And basically it's 4-1. We're gonna see if we can't figure out what was going on in there. Sort of. Basically. Okay, so we're actually going to fill that out. We have 1, Oh, actually, I think it. No, we could think of it as being 4251, I guess. Okay, so 4251. Cool stuff. Loving it. Oops. Okay, thank you for your support, Jumbo Man. Let's get these picks back in place. All right, let's keep going with move deleted. Something like that. Oops. Each one is approached by half step. Yeah, sounds very Looney Tunes. If you ever watch any of the original Looney Tunes from back in the day, that's very Looney Tunes. It's beep 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 beep. This is 1653111, but each one is approached by each one's approached by half step, which is pretty cool. And what does that do? Well, it makes it sound more playful. It makes it sound a bit more kind of naughty. And yeah, Jumbo Man draws on Twitch. Thank you very much for your well wishes. Wishing that I have a nice day. Okay, let's check out this next trainer's eyes. Ain't no way to hide those trainer's eyes. Okay. Psychic. Rutro. Get me a Kadabra. Or an Alakazam. Man, we've heard that in so many OSTs. Oh, that's really wild. And then it goes at F. Essentially, we're going to call it an F7 sharp 9 to a E7 sharp 9. Now, a sharp 9 chord is really interesting. We talked in part 1 about major and minor chords, and what a sharp 9 does is it is a hybridization, a chupacabra. No, not a chupacabra. What do they call them? What's it called when they like make a monkey and a pig together? Chimera. It's like a chimera of major and minor together, and it sounds a little threatening, much like you might imagine a chimera looks. So what we have is we have 1, the major third, and then the minor third up here. So we have both the major and minor third at the same time. Also with the flat 7. Cool stuff. All right, let's check out Icirrus City. We're going to go back and grab the B section. So the A section, we have 1, 5, 1, 5, then flat 7, 4. And what's interesting is that the relationship between flat 7 and 4 is the same as the relationship of 1 to 5. Now, that flat 7 is what makes it sound a little bit cooler. A little bit cool, and again, my opinion, a little bit cooler. And let's check out the B section. Oh, maybe not G, huh? Maybe we're in the key of D. And then we go to another rock chord progression. Yeah, this actually makes me believe, really, we've been in the key of... Actually, I'm going to say we're in the key of D, based off of where we just went. Yes, and I'm going to say, in fact, instead of 1, 5, it was actually 4, 1, and then flat 3, flat 7. Right? Yeah, 4, 1, flat 3, flat 7. Yes. Flat 3, flat 7. Then, for the B section, we go to 6, 5, 4. To 1/3. Okay, to then back to 4 to 1/3 to basically 2, 5. To a leading tone and perfect authentic cadence, bringing us back to 6. So that's to a 7 diminished of 6, which then brings us back to 6. Okay, and then the second ending. This is first ending. Second ending. Woo. Like 2, 5, to 6 sus to 6 major. Really interesting stuff. So it starts off really in the key of D, and then it goes to B minor, which is the relative minor of D, but then it ends on B major. So, real interesting stuff having the... What happens after that? And then it just goes right back. Oh, that is so cool. This is a really interesting chord progression. Okay, so we have 4, 1, flat 3, flat 7. That flat 3, flat 7, that's what brings us into that sort of like cool land, that brings us out of lullaby land into cool land. Then we have 6, 5, 4, and this right here, that's a rock chord progression. So that's basically, if we think of the B being 1, that's 1, flat 7, flat 6. That's one of the common minor chord progressions. You watch any of these streams, you're going to hear me usually talk about it at least once. That's how common of a chord progression is. And not common as in bad, but common as in widely used because it's so effective and you can use it so effectively. And then we go 1 in first inversion, 4, 1 in first inversion, 2, 5, leading tone brings us back to 6, 5, 4. Again, that's... Think about that as being a 1, flat 7, flat 6, that common minor chord progression. This is really we're in rock world. And then we come out of rock world into 2, 5. This is lullaby land, but then it goes somewhere totally different. It goes to the 6. And indeed, if I could point to one thing that we've been talking about that, you know, before I was talking about one of the battle themes and it went to 6, and I was like, well, this isn't really rock. It isn't really lullaby. This really is going to like a world of Pokemon. Indeed, we're seeing that going to the 6 seems to be something that's a differentiating factor in terms of looking at other OSTs we've listened to, that the world of Pokemon going to the 6 is a thing, and going to the major 6 as well, in places where you wouldn't always expect it to be. And I feel like that in and of itself is a meta-level chord motif for at least this Pokemon OST, is going to the major 6. And that's not something that's always done. It's not something that's typically done in this context. And that's something that would really give a feeling of a unique sonic characteristic and a unique sonic quality and unique sonic feeling to this entire OST, where you say, we're in the world of Pokemon, or we're not in Lullaby World and we're not in Rock World, because really, Pokemon sits somewhere between the lullaby and the rock and roll, and indeed it sits somewhere here, and I think that we're kind of gesturing, we're grasping at, or I'm grasping at, trying to pinpoint the exact inputs to create that feeling. All right, we're going to do one or two more, and then we'll take a break, and we'll be back this afternoon for more. This next one is called Dragonspiral Tower. I just feel like there's a motif in here somewhere that I'm missing from previously in the game. Bro. Yeah, these cards throw me for a loopsy daisy. So you might be wondering why, and I'll explain this to you, why some pieces of music here I figure out, like, and I'm writing it down on the board before it's even done, versus there's some pieces here where I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what this next thing is. Well, there's a couple things that's resulting in me not grabbing things immediately. Number one is relative pitch ear training. I have been a little lax in how much I've been practicing. And I've been back for about a week and a half now actually practicing ear training, but it's been a while and I lost a little bit of my edge. So there's numerous ways I could be figuring out these chord progressions, none of which are really strong for me at this moment. So I'm going back and polishing up those skills, which previously in my life were much stronger. Number two, it really comes down to pattern recognition for when I'm hearing something and I'm going through and I'm writing it. It's like I don't even need to think about what chord is happening because I know the pattern. I know what the pattern sounds like, so I'm writing down the pattern as I go. And I'm instantly able to recognize the pattern. So for something like this, I've never heard this chord progression really, ever. And so it's a new pattern. And also, I've got a little bit of rustiness on some of my skills. And that's why it's taking a little bit of time. So thank you all for grooving with me as I go on this adventure of trying to crack the code of what this is. So it's like... Bro. Oh! It really just feels like we're starting with an E flat. It feels like E flat major 7, E flat sus4, but with, 3 and then 4 in the bass. Like an F minor, maybe? Like an E flat minor? Yeah, I'm not quite getting this 100%. I'm headed in the direction, but there's a couple notes in the chords that I'm not pulling in. And then basically F minor to E flat minor, but there's some extra chord tones in there. So if we were to put this into Roman numerals, okay, let's say we're in the key of E flat. So we have 1, major 7, then we have 1 plus 4, then we have 2, and then we have 1 minor. Don't quote me on that. All right, y'all. We're going to do one more, and then I'm going to go take care of my VIPs, and then you all are my VIPs, but I've got a group of students I meet with weekly in a small group, and I meet with them always on Saturdays at 11. So we're going to listen to one more here, then I'm going to go hang out with my peeps. I'm going to eat some lunch, and we'll be back at 1 Eastern for some more Pokemon. All right, Trainer's Eyes, Team Plasma. Oh, they're back again. Now, what's interesting is this is almost structured like a blues. Like it hits the 1, and then it goes to the 4, almost like a jazz blues, where you'd start walking, the bass would start walking on the 4. It's like... Now, if all the bassists are like, he does not know how to walk a bass. That's true. I'm approximating it here. Don't know how to do it. Never learned. Never needed to learn. But yeah, my point is, it goes to the 4. It feels like it goes to the 4 and it starts walking. Right. This is very bombastic, is the word that I would use to describe this. Bombastic. We have a B7 to an E7. It's almost structured like a blues. Yeah, almost structured like a jazz blues. Or not even a jazz blues, a regular blues. Where the bass would be like... And all the basses are like, bro, that's so basic. Yeah, I'm not a bass player. So... And not that that's an excuse, but it is a reason. Now, there you go. So yeah, it basically 1 to 4, and they hit 5 in there as well. But yeah, just think about that as being a blues. So. Sorry, guys. Let's try that one more time. Dragonspiral Tower. There we go. Okay, so we have here intervals of fourths, and indeed with some extra little tidbits thrown on top to make it super dissonant. But let's pull this back, and we actually heard fourths and fifths before with the bridge that we were crossing over, and I wonder if that bridge was to the tower. Anywho, here we go. Yeah. So here we have a fourth with then this little augmented fourth, a half step up higher. So it sounds pretty threatening. Dragonspiral, top floor. Dragon top, we have basically, we call it C, E flat, D, D flat power chords, but inverted. D5, D flat 5, D5, and then D flat 5. Wicked stuff, descending chromatically. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. All right. We're going to keep this going. I've old stream chat in the video. Sorry, guys. I'll fix that real quick. I'll fix that right quick. Are we going to finish the OST today? Not likely. Unlikely. Not likely to happen. Because we're not even halfway through the OST at this point. I wanted to get it done today, but hey, you know, chat box. All right. Okay, let's keep rocking with Route 4 Summer. You know, I'm not even sure I could tell you the difference between that and the first Route 4 we heard. It sounds very similar. There might be a couple different changes, but that is pretty much exactly what we heard for Route 4, or the last route we heard. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, let's check out Relic Castle. Okay. So what we have pretty interestingly here at a fundamental level is an E flat minor, and this is not exactly it, but there's a couple different ways you could harmonize this, right? You could stick it all in one chord, and then maybe hit the flat 6. But no, what happens here is a little bit different. So I'm not even sure what that third chord is. It took me a second to grab. So we have there's no, maybe something with a C in it. Oh yeah, there you go. So it's gonna be the 4 inverse inversion. Should have thought of that. I don't know why I didn't, because people use that a lot. Maybe it's 6 minor then. That's cool. And add 2, sus 2. Cool. That's actually really fun to play too. So we have, we're in E flat. Okay, so we have 1, flat 7, to something along the lines of 4, sus 2 up top, 4 sus 2. But it's over 6, and that 6 is the 3 of the 4 chord, then to flat 6. So net, it's not really sus 2, but the upper structure of the chord is sus 2. We could call it add 2 or add 9, but I really like to separate, thinking of it in this case, for simplicity's sake, as like a triad with a bass note, and the triad is an A flat sus 2, and then the lowest note happens to be also the third. And it's like, well, okay, there you go. It's really beautiful chord progression. And that right there, remember I said, oh, that third chord, I'm not sure what that is. That's because, my gosh, when was the last time I heard an... It's beautiful. Listen to that. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, it's gorgeous. Really beautiful. Ah. Delicious. Really, really delicious. Oh. Oh. It's like a Sting chord. I feel like Sting's used that chord. Rather, Dominic, his guitar players, played that chord. Anyway. All right, let's check out Lightstone, Darkstone, Meowstone, Barkstone. Okay, that was fun. Next. Okay, I got the first 4 chords. Let's pull it back a smidge. Okay, and that's 1 over 3. Okay. We're going 4, 5, and then, as we've seen many times at this OST, we're going to the 7 diminished of 6 to 6. And then basically, through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come. We do 4, 5, essentially, back to 1. And then it goes to the B section. All right, and then it's 1, 4, but these are dominant chords now. 1, 7, 4, 7, a whole bunch of times. And then it does a really interesting movement. So these repeat. And then it goes 4. And then what my incredible jazz guitar teacher, Dave Stryker, would likely label as a sharp 4, fully diminished. So I'm also going to call it a sharp 4 fully diminished 7, though typically I try and find a different way of thinking about it, but that's what he always used to call it, and he was a jazz, absolute expert and, monster in that world. So we're going to go ahead and follow his lead and call that a sharp 4. If I'm not mistaken, Dave, if you're watching this, you're like, that's not what I said. Yeah. Sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Okay, and then that leads us to 1, 7 over 5 to 5 of 2. 5 of 2, then likely to 5 of 5 to 5, I think. It's a chain of secondary dominance. All right, and then Striaton City. he basically is 5 there. I'm not sure. Come on now. Yeah. Right. And then it's 5 of 5 to flat 2 of 1 to 1 7. Lord have mercy. Okay. Awesome stuff. All right, let's keep this going with Shopping Mall 9. Oh. As per the requests in the comments from last stream. All right, so what does this mean? Well, this means this sounds very playful, especially at the end here where you see everything gets like... There's 2 secondary dominants in a row where we have the... It just feels playful. And having those secondary dominants also feels kind of bluesy. I think it's also interesting, too, that we have 2 worlds here. We have the first world, which sits in sort of lullaby land, of 1, 6, 5 of 5 to 5. But then we come into this B section. This B section has 1, 7, 4, 7, 4, 7, sharp 4, fully diminished 7, and then basically a walk down, a turnaround type. Not really a blues turnaround, but kind of a blues turnaround, a jazz blues turnaround. In the direction of a jazz blues turnaround here to bring us back to the 1 at the top. Dubious Depths Radio asks, how can I put money to a game? There is a link in the description of the video on YouTube to Streamlabs, and you can upvote there. I would very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. You'd also do Super Chats if that's convenient for you. I count both. I just happen to get a little bit more of the money if it goes through Streamlabs, because if it goes through Super Chats, YouTube takes like 30 or 40%. So that's how it goes. All right, Shopping Mall 9. Let's check it out. That's a really fun melody. Let me just grab this B section here. Okay, and then the B section is 5 of 6 to 6. And within 6, it does this little thing where it's 6, 6 minor major 7, 6 minor 7, to 6 minor 6. That's what it is. And then it repeats that. And then it goes 4. The sharp 4, fully diminished 7. It copies what's up here. Sharp 4, diminished 7, to 5. All right, cool stuff. All right, let's keep going. With Trainer's Eyes meet Roughneck. Basically one chord. E flat minor the whole time. little saxel that started happening at the end. Okay, this is a very harmonically dense piece of music, so buckle up. Okay, so our little A section is basically 1-4, which repeats, and then it's a 2-5-1, but it's a minor 2-5-1, so 2 is half diminished, which we didn't need the 7, that was redundant, but that's okay. 2 is half diminished, and then we go to 5-7, and then it brings us back around. All right, and then it does the thing we've heard in the previous, that we heard in Shopping Mall, was it? Yeah, so we have 1 minor 7, 1 minor major 7, 1 minor 7, 1 minor 6, and then Lord have into 4 minor 7. Oh, homies. I'm not no. Yeah, I'm not going to figure this one out on the spot. Cool. This was really awesome. I love the feeling. I love the emotion. It was great. We got the A section down, okay? I started the B section, my goodness. Yeah, some really novel combinations here, at least for me, hearing this stuff. This is really cool. And this is going to be a piece that I'm going to come back to work on and exercise until I can actually figure it out. And yeah, cool stuff. Let's check out the version of this theme for Pokemon White. Well, that's different. I can honestly say that Opaloosa City, both black and white version, one of my favorite tracks on the OST. Let me know in the comments, let me know in the chat if this is also one of your favorite tracks. This is really, really beautiful. Incredible stuff. I think, oh, poll idea. Yeah, it sounds great. Let's do that. Better. Okay. It said. Wow. Okay, this is close. 32 votes in, 34 votes in. 36 votes are in. 37. Oh, it's moving. What an exciting poll. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is close. I can't believe. Oh, wow. Pick one. Pick one. You must choose. Oh. This is wild. And we're doing it live. All right. While you're voting on that, we're going to break down Route 10. Okay, I got most of it down. Let me just grab the rest of this and I'll break it down for you and give you some meaning behind it too. This is really cool. This is beautiful. Okay, so that's 6, 5 minor, 4 minor. To flat 3. To 5 of 5. 5. And it was a 4-3 there. going again. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, going to a 2+4. All right, this is sick. Honestly, this is a sick chord progression. Okay, so we have 1. Give me some volume, please, Chuck. Thank you. Flat 7, flat 6, 5 minor, 4 minor, flat 3, 5 of 5, 5, back, we repeat. So this is rock up to this point. Here it's not really rock anymore. And then we go 2, 5, 1 to flat 3, flat 6, again, 2, 5, 1. That's really cool. Ending on that flat 2 there. So what we've seen is there's been a couple pieces. Where was the 6 that we ended on? Where it ended on 6. Where was that? Here. In the I should have written clearer. Icings maybe? ICI something S. Anyway, there we ended on they ended on a 6. And here ending on the 2 is comparable to ending on the 6. It's not typically a place that is it's not a terribly common place to go, but my gosh, it sounds amazing when you go there. And so what does that mean? That means this feels like a different world. That's not somewhere you usually go, so it feels like the world of Pokemon. Icirrus, thank you. That's really cool. Okay, let's check out Victory Road. This is a wild thing too. Okay, so first of all, what's really cool here is we have 1 to flat 2. Now, this 1 to flat 2, we've heard this as essentially the perhaps a leitmotif for combat. Perhaps. I'm not saying that, but we've seen 1 to flat 2 around in the OST when there are times of combat. So we can kind of associate 1 to flat 2 is about combat. And indeed, Victory Road. Is Victory Road, I don't know. I feel like I remember playing in the older Pokemon games where you'd walk down the road, and it would just be like person, 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 person that would fight you. Is that what Victory Road is? If I recall correctly. But yeah, so we have 1, 2, flat 2, back to 1. And that's really the entire A section. And then the B section, I mean, what even to call, what key to think about this in? I'm not even sure. But we'll say B, it switches to B. And then it's, I mean, and by the way, this is not perfect. It might not actually be B, but we're going to use B as a framework through which to think about these chords. So this would be 1, 5 to 6, which I also like to think of the 6 as maybe the 2, and that really maybe the 1 is F sharp. Maybe. Yeah, but anyway. The 6. And then there's one thing at the end there. And then it's going to bring us to the actual 5, which would bring us back to the 1. Really cool. So the 1 to flat 2, that implies that there's going to be, I mean, combat. Lots of combat happening in this area. So the actual chords that are being used to describe this area have that relationship of combat, the 1 to flat 2. Really interesting stuff. Let's check out Ace Trainer. By the way, I'm not sure how you play Pokemon, but type a 4 in the chat if you take your starter and you just go around the general area where you start and just Rattatas and Weedles and like whatever you can find, and you just train your starter up until it's the highest it can go before it evolves. And then you go to the first gym and you just destroy and you just keep on playing like that. Let me know if that's how you play Pokemon, because that's one of the ways I like playing Pokemon. It's just like absolute, just farm. Just wherever you start, you just farm, you farm, you farm. You get your starter so good and then just blast. Timmy said I used to do that when I was 5. Okay, yeah. All right. Maybe I play video games like a child. Okay, let's go ahead and check out, right, Trainer's Eyes. I can tell you that was in the key of D. D major. I ain't gonna go further than that. That was pretty dense. And yeah, today's not the day. Hey, let's check out Pokemon League. The Pokemon League, excuse me. And next up, we have the Elite Four, and you don't want to miss that. So make sure you hang out. Don't go anywhere, because we're checking out Pokémon League and then Battle Elite Four, so don't go anywhere. Here we go. Let's check it out. All right, cool. Let's break this one down. Maybe that's it. So we go, then, I think. You see, I'm playing this like a guitar player, okay? Okay, so let me grab that one more time, make sure I have it. Also, it's fun to play. Let's get some zhuzh on this thing. Didn't get that last one. I played Sapphire. Played Sapphire a ton. What is that? Well, there is a B flat and an F in it. Yeah, that's not the full chord, but that's part of it. Okay, one more time with feeling. Let's rock this. All right, cool stuff. And definitely sets the scene of anticipation for what is about to happen next. So don't go anywhere, because here we have Battle Elite Four. Oh, I should probably break that down for what we just did. Hey, so we have, it starts off with a C5. Now, you may remember these 5 chords from all the way back in part 1 when we were first talking about some battle themes, and indeed, this is called League. Okay. Yeah, so this is the intro to the League. So we're in C minor. And technically you might say, yeah, well, we don't hear an E flat. Yeah, we'll hear it in the next chord. So I'm going to go ahead and say we're in C minor. So let's see. Where did we have our 5 chords? Okay, battle theme. So I can see that the battle theme we have, it's in the same key and starts off on the same chord. And indeed, the first 2 chords are similar. Dum, dum, bum, bum, bum. These 2 first chords in the battle theme are the same exact chords in the same exact key. It's the same exact sounds as we're now hearing in the Pokémon League. And indeed, there's other things that happen here that are different in the battle themes. Obviously, it's not the same exact music repeated. But there you go. That's an example of using a harmonic motif. Because motifs don't have to just be melodic, right? Okay. And then even Gym Leader. In Gym Leader, it's in C, same key, starting on 1 with a power chord. So we can see that Battle, Gym Leader, and also now League all start the same exact way with the same exact sounds. And that is part of what is tying the cohesiveness and the feeling of the entire OST together. It's the fact that there's these similar sounds tying together similar situations. Okay, cool. Similar sounds, similar situations. All right, battle. So here's something that's really cool. You know, I saw someone in the chat talking about the low HP theme, and it goes deeper than that. Because in the low HP theme, we heard these Right, we heard sounds like this. We heard sounds like that. And what we have here at a fundamental level, that's the whole thing is... And you know what that is? That's the same idea. It's 4 chromatic notes next to each other as the low HP theme. So it's like... It's like the same, literally the same melodic idea of you have low health is implied in the very theme, the very foundation, the very baseline of the battle with, yes, slowed down, low HP, exactly. Slowed down, lowered, and also it doesn't do the descending, it just does ascending, just from low to high. Instead of... Right, back and forth like that. That is sick. Like, you want to talk about Easter eggs in the music telling you what's... Like, you are likely about to experience some low HP going up against the Elite Four. How cool is that? Type a 3 in the chat if you think that is pretty cool, and that's a pretty interesting connection that we just made between the battle theme and the low HP theme. And also a shout out and a special thank you to whoever called that out. Right. Super cool. Ha. Yeah, amazing. Super cool. All right, guys. So we're going to keep rocking and rolling. I've just got to pull up the next bit of our playlist here. Give me 2 shakes of lamb's tail. Don't go anywhere. It's going to take me about 30 seconds to do. And then we're going to keep on going actual 30 seconds, not a figurative 30 seconds. So we just finished part 2. We're about halfway done with this here OST, and we are going to keep going, so don't go anywhere, because we're about to make some... Yeah, Nori, great call. Thank you. We're going to keep rocking and rolling with part 3 here. Let's go. And we are... about to be off. All right, so this is the Pokemon League Besieged. Here we go. All right, well, here's a crazy connection. The Pokemon League Besieged starts with a 1-5 to a flat 2-5. And we saw that both the Pokemon League started with a 1-5, and we just talked about this 30 seconds ago, so I'm not going to go ahead and repeat everything. We saw that the battle theme, that the trainer theme, all were in the key of C, specifically C minor. I'm going to call it C minor, and all start with a 1. And we also know that the 1 to flat 2 is in of itself a motif of battle, and so of contention. So and then it moves it up to E flat. That is pretty cool, and what an interesting connection that we have the 1 to flat 2, which indeed besieged. There is, you know, an attack happening, and that it also is in C, representing this connection of trainers, the league, battle itself, the very concept of battle itself here in the game. All right, let's keep this going with embracing one's duty. Again, we're starting to recognize some chord progressions as coming back. Right here, we have a chord progression we've seen in the past hour or so, which is coming on back. Now, what's really cool about this is that in the A section means the first section. So the first section would be A, the second section would be B, the next section would be C. And the reason why we say ABC is because in instrumental music, there isn't really a verse or a chorus. So if there are words in music, then it's a song. And then we can actually talk about things like, you know, is it a verse? Is it a chorus? Is it a pre-chorus? But because this music is instrumental, there are no words, we're going to use terms like A, B, C, D, E, F, and G to distinguish different sections. And in the A section, we have something that is pretty unique. We have a 1 minor going to a flat 7, but in this case, unlike literally, I think every other time we've seen a flat 7 in this entire OST, instead of the quality of the chord being major, in fact, the quality is minor. That's really interesting. And then it goes into what we'll call the B section. And this time the flat 7 is major. And then there was one chord change I wanted to grab. Oh, ends on the parallel major? What? Oh, that is nutter butters. Oh, that is so cool. So first time does something different. First time goes. Right to flat 2. Really? F4? No. Okay, so then it goes to flat 2 to 5 the first time. This is second ending. And the first time it does flat 2 to 5, which should have been easy for me to figure out, but hey, sometimes my ears get twisted in a loop. Okay, try it one more time because I'm really enjoying this piece. I messed the rhythm a little bit up at the end, but yeah, that's super cool. That is super cool. Okay, so what's interesting about this is the only time previously in this OST we've seen the one minor chord, which sounds sad like this, and then keeping the same lowest note, turn it into a happy chord, major. The only time we've seen that so far was with the Team Plasma. So it's very interesting that we would see this with one's duty, almost as if maybe... Are we... I have a question. Did Team Plasma maybe have a duty that they were supposed to do that we are now doing? Or did one of them now, like, toughen up and grow up and embrace their duty that they should do? Is there something like that going on here? Let me know in the chat. Is there something along that lines? In a way... Our duty that we're going against Plasma. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, point is, I think it's really interesting that we can see that this idea that's been connected to Team Plasma, even though there's no hint in the title that this has anything to do with Team Plasma, because of these chords that are showing up just because of the pattern of the music, I'm going, hang on a second. Team Plasma surely is connected to this, and sure enough, Team Plasma is. How cool is that? Music theory for the win. That is so cool. All right, let's keep this going with N's Castle. Can I just say that the way this starts off is so Nintendo, and I love it. Like, if I played that for you at the start of a Mario, like Bowser Castle type thing, like, you'd buy it, right? Right? Type a 4 in the chat. Type a 4 in the comments if you're watching this. Type a 4 if you agree that that was, like, Bowser worthy. That was amazing. What a delightful intro. Anyway, the harmony is rather dense here. I'm not going to bore you by sitting here and jotting it all down because it would take up another page. Well, not a page, but it would take me a minute to get all this down. So what we're going to do is we are going to say that that was awesome. That was cool. I loved it. Anna says, I'd say it's more Ganondorf worthy. Well, sure. Ganon, a Ganondorf, a Ganon Giant, any way you want to slice it. That's a joke. I know Ganondorf. And I beat him in A Link to the Past. Okay, let's check out the Pokemon Child, N. Yo, we have heard this motif. Come play with me. Papa said I can go out and play tomorrow. It's my impression of a Victorian ghost child. Okay, let's check out N's Dragon. Now, if you think about it, dun diggity dun diggity dun diggity 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 dun, that feels, at least to me, like an old military drum type thing. Type a 5 in the chat. Type a 5 in the comments if you agree that dun diggity dun diggity dun diggity 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 dun diggity dun diggity dun diggity 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 dun feels like a military drum pattern. Martial. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. Yeah, martial military. We're saying potato potato. We're there. We're together. We're seeing it. Yeah, okay. All right. So here's an interesting take for you. So if the Imperial March, short. The dragon is almost like a archetypal representation of war, right? So like St. George and the Dragon, right? And you think about, when people talk about the archetypal ideas like heaven and hell and like the devil being the dragon, like that's an idea too. So it's like the war, the martialness being associated with the dragon. I think that's pretty, it's an interesting connection to think about, that a dragon is represented by war and war represents a dragon. And I feel like it's very rare that we find fantasy. I mean, it's, becomes more common now because it's cliche at this point to have a dragon represent war and destruction. But I feel like there's something about, there's something in there. Okay, let's keep this going with the dragon awakes. Oh no. Now, this is really interesting. This is 100% not what I was expecting from Dragon Music, and I will show you why. So, right here, we have... This is not what I was thinking. I was thinking there was going to be like death, destruction, fire raining from the sky. And no, what we hear here is actually has more of a hopeful or stable idea to it. Yeah, majestic. Majestic. Oh, that's really interesting. So tell me a little bit about what's happening right here in the story for why this is more majestic and less of a, crazy... Oh, is it when we get one of the legendary type dragon things from the cover art? That would be pretty cool. There, we're going to start a little poll here. Okay, so the poll is... Oh, it's our dragon? Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we have Zekrom, and we also have Reshiram. Okay, pretty cool. All right, let's keep this going with battle. Plasma here. I go, this is wild. So it starts off like a battle theme. It starts off with this 1-5 in the key of C, this power chord. So we think, come on, I'll play it right. Let's get a little distortion too. Come on. Here we go. One more time. Right. So we feel like we're headed into something that is really about to be battle themed, but no, it then flips and feels much more adventurous. It flips, and it's a C major. It's this major chord, this happy chord. And sure, mixed in with the flat 7, B flat, to make sure it's not too much lullaby. It has a little bit of rock to it. Wild stuff. Really wild stuff. And, I thought for sure Team Plasma was going to be here because up until this point just now, a lot of times when we've had the parallel minor and parallel major present in the same piece of music, that has represented something to do with Team Plasma. Really, really cool. This is wonderful. All right, let's keep this going with Decisive Battle. Oh, we heard that before. So in Decisive Battle with N, we actually hear the battle theme that we heard a couple hours ago, or maybe in the last stream, maybe in part 2. The it's something like whatever it was, like that. We actually heard that here in the Decisive Battle. So the Battle of N, we heard the theme from the previous battle theme. How cool is that? All right, this is awesome. Let's keep this rocking and rolling with Ghetsis Ambitions. Ghetsis Ambitions. Let's say that 5 times fast. Well, this sure sounds nefarious if I've ever heard something that sounds nefarious. But I tell you what, let's go straight to the battle with Ghetsis. Here we go. Oh, heck yes. Okay, well, I do understand that it is Ghetsis that they're saying. It sure does sound like Denny's sometimes. Hey, I think what's interesting here too is that even though a lot of it was, I mean, just founded in these drums, in the timpani specifically, we also heard some cymbals. I might have heard some. I'll remember the name in a minute. But something interesting to think about here is right there we have one of the most, well, dissonant sounds you can create with just two notes. And then again, this is a broadly speaking thing, and this is a little bit hype. But here, that is called a tritone. Tritone, and we've heard tritones in so many boss themes, boss adjacent ideas representing different bosses, because it is this fundamentally discordant, dissonant thing. And if we think about the conflict between good and evil, that evil is the dissonance, right? Essentially in stories, and then good is the consonance, it's the resolution, right? So evil is the tension, good is the resolution. And so we have, what I understood from the chat was the granddaddy, the Palpatine, if you will, of this world, who had been, through their machinations, controlling everything in the long game and the short game. We finally found our way to them, and we're confronting them. And so to have the tritone, which I can't think of another theme in this OST that's really brought that musical tool to bear, having that represent the most evil of all evils makes a lot of sense. That's really cool. Let's keep this going with Farewell. All right, this was pretty dense. It'll take me a second to grab all of this together, but I'm gonna get it for you. That right there is really cool because the first time through, it's 1, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. Down, deep. Okay, it goes 4 to 4 minor, flat 7. Then we're back. Sands type thing, where we go from the minor major 7 to 6. Then we go 4. Oh, it's got to start a new line here. Okay. And then we go, 2. Lord have mercy. We go 2 to 5 of 6. Back to 6. Then to 4, we do 2, 5, 1 to 4. So 2 of 4 to 5 of 4 to 4. Then back to 5 of 6. 2 to 2, right? Boy. 5 of 5. And then it's 2 to 3. We're almost there. Maybe that brings us back. What the heck? Meant the flat 7. Something like that. Lord have mercy. It's something like 4 flat 7 1. Dude. Okay, so let's talk about one part of this where you can understand a kind of emotional aspect of it. So an emotional aspect of this is going to be right here where we had the 4 to the minor 4 to flat 7. That in and of itself is pretty interesting. So we have 1 going to 3, going to 4, to minor 4, to flat 7. That right there is gorgeous. And maybe we've had that progression before, because I feel like, hang on a second. 1, 3, Flat 3, flat 3. If anyone can remember what piece it was, we had the flat 3 and the flat 7 in it. So many pieces. Ah, here we go. And the Icirrus. Flat 3, flat 7. Huh. Interesting. Is there any connection between Farewell and Icirrus? Any connection between Farewell and Icirrus? Love to know. Let me know in the chat. Alright, let's keep this going while we wait on that with endings. Onward to our own futures. Not really. Okay, cool. Unconnected. Looker's theme. Is that what's happening? Okay, and then it's just 1 flat 7 flat 6. Basically. 5. Okay, so what can we tell about Looker from the music? Assuming Looker is a person, and, well, a person who is looking, or perhaps their name is Looker. Either way. I would think they are, maybe in a gang, maybe old world, maybe, what does even old world even mean? Do they act like a little like, yeah, international something. International police. Hey. Cartel is a cartel is a cartel. Okay, cool. You know. Well, maybe he's the opposite of a gang member, but maybe gangs and governments have more in common than, you know, we might originally think about on the surface. Now, that's pretty cool. And international. Why did I say international? Right? I said old world. I was thinking old world. I was thinking like Italy. I was thinking, why on earth would I say Italy? Well, it has to actually do with the chords that are used here. This is really all about, there's so many. It's my best sort of meme of like an Italian folk song, and these chords just really reminded me of an Italian folk song. So that's why I said old world, like international, like thinking about Europe and things. All right, let's keep this going. Yeah, the pizza country. Let's keep this going with Route 2. Oh! Literally, this is the Great British Baking Show music. All right, I'm going to say the Great British Baking Show, and then I'm going to press play, and you tell me. That literally, you guys, literally, that is Great British Baking Show music. Except then it has the root theme played in the melody. But those chords, the Great British Baking Show. Wow. Yo, real talk. It is pretty close. Right there. The beep bump. And then it changes. It goes to sharp. It's how the Great British Baking Show does it. That's pretty cool. Route 2. Now, we've heard the theme for Route 2, for that entire melody elsewhere. Now, unfortunately, we've not been tracking, well, and fortunately, because my gosh, what a giant OST. If we were to track everything, we'd be here for like 3 weeks. Yeah, Route 2, that's a theme we've heard before. Somewhere in this, like, delightful monster of an OST. Monster just is in size. Yeah. Cool. I'm not going to remember where it's from. Also, I do like the whistle. I will always remember. Well, I'll save that story for another time. Okay, let's check out received Pokemon egg. Route 2 Spring Summer. Thank you, Anna Patty. Okay, we see Pokemon egg. Okay, great. Royal Unova. Okay, so something really interesting here is this summarizes the entire thesis we've been looking at for this OST so far. It starts off total and complete lullaby. Whatever it is. Oh, it literally goes to the flat 7 the second time through. So literally what I've been talking about is like Pokemon is a lullaby that's just like a little cooler than a lullaby. By the way, Pokemon is super cool, and I love Pokemon, to be clear. But see, there you go. Lullaby with a flat 7. Because flat 7s make things sound what? Put it in the chat. Put it in the comments. You know what to do. Oh, sorry. I left my Discord open. If you heard any sounds, I got the link from the Discord. Nathan says, yes, I agree. It sounds Italian somehow. And Wizards and Bean says 100%. Yeah, it does sound Italian somehow, doesn't it? Okay, let's keep this going. Malguy says, lullaby. Who are you? Pokemon. I'm you, but better. Yes. Okay, let's keep this going. Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. Let's go. as I've been saying all day, I just got to grab the B section. I feel like I need to get more RAM and just plug it into my brakes. I feel like I get half the stuff, man. Something. No, that really is the 5 of 6 there. 5 of 6 to 6. Five. Oh, and then some interesting things here. Oh my goodness. Okay, and then it goes, after the 5 of 5, it goes to 5 minor to flat 3. And then there's one chord in here which might be something along the 5 of 5, but 5 sus 4 of 5 to 5, which then brings us back to 1. That's nuts. So what we're seeing here again is another chord progression that starts off with something that is relatively predictable and then ends with something that, like, and again, I'm not saying I am some kind of incredibly, like, experienced, like, analyst who's seen absolutely every single combination and permutation ever, but I've seen a lot of music in my life, like a lot. And some of these chord progressions, I will tell you, I've never seen before, and they sound amazing, and they're so cool. So I get to learn so much by doing this too. This is really cool. Like, I have never seen this chord progression in my life. Really, really fascinating stuff. And so if we think about what this chord progression means, it's new sonic and emotional possibilities. That for me, for you, if you're learning, it can open our minds to consider new ways of doing things. And that's what it's all about. Really cool. All right, let's keep this going. With Global Terminal. Okay, so the only piece I'm missing is, you can guess it, it's going to be the last couple chords that bring us back around. I think we got it. Okay, so 6, 5, 4, 5 of 5. And then that 5 of 5, actually, excuse me, that 5 of 6. I apologize. The 5 of 6, 6 is F. So then that actually brings us back to 1. Oh, that's Nutter Butters. So what we have here is we have a legitimate key change where we start off the song in the key of F, in the key of F. And it does lullaby stuff. And part of what makes us feel like traveling music is that the drums are going very fast, but then the chords are very slow, and they're major sevens. There's something about that combination of that certain sound of chord of like sorry, my rhythm's a little but that's sort of the feeling of we're going somewhere. It's like the speed is we're going somewhere, but then the major 7 is like it's implying that we're relaxed while we're going somewhere. You know, some people like to wait until their row is called in the plane. And then, you know, you relax. You sit down on the bench and you relax until you hear your row called, and then you get up and you get on the plane. And some people are psychopaths and insist on standing in line. I'm a fan of literally waiting, no matter what row I'm on, allowing everyone else to stand in line, get on the plane, and then I get on the plane. Especially if I'm in the back. If I'm in the front, I'll get online. Like, if I'm in the middle of the plane and it's like a big international flight, If you don't have too much baggage, you're not worried about getting an overhead thing, just sit down and relax. Let everyone else stand in line and sweat for like 10 minutes. Okay. Guitar Assassin goes, I hate those people. That's me. Hi. Okay. Yeah, going somewhere, not in a rush. All right, let's check out the next one, which is GTS. Jets. Well, let's grab some of these here chords. Okay. Also interesting that looks like many people in the chat here on YouTube have never heard this theme before. I'm wondering if you folks over on Twitch, yes, I'm talking to you. Hi, Twitch. I wonder if you've heard this too. Let me know in the chat. Okay, let's keep this going. With... Oh no, we're going to get the chords here. Okay, so we had 4, 5, 1, 6, 4, 5, 1, 6, and then those chords move pretty quick. Let's grab those. So 4, 2, 4, 6, 2, 5. Was that all that is? Yeah, it's flat 6, 4, 6, 2, 5. 4. 2, 5. That's Come on, and we'll call victory there. So again, you can see starts off like a lullaby, but ends in some cool ways that are sounding phenomenal. If you'd like to understand more about music theory, and a little bit more in-depth and a little bit more basics, you can watch some other streams. This stream, we've not really been doing the basics. We've been doing some more high-level stuff, but most of the other streams deal with basics, and we do alternate back and forth between what we focus on in different streams. Also, if you'd like to understand more about the basics, check out my book, The Best Music Theory Book for Beginners. It has sold over 5,000 copies. It has over 100 5-star reviews on Amazon, at least on Amazon USA. I don't know about the other countries. And yeah, it's in its 3rd edition, and it will be very useful for you. You can go read the reviews. Okay, let's keep this going with Spin Trade. That was just jolly and delicious. Let's go straight to Pokédex Evaluation just a little more. That's getting very exciting. Let's check out Route 4. All right, let's check out Gear Station. That is basically the same as Route 4, so I'm not going to talk about it. So here we go to Gear Station. So the first half of this is like rock, blues, jazz. And then the second half is like a lullaby. Let's break it. Let's break it down. Sorry, I got so carried away I forgot to actually write things down. Okay. Basically, 1, 2, something, 5. 1, 4, 4 minor 5. Battle Subway Trainer. Let's go. Okay, now some really interesting things. Hang on, I'm gonna go because I still have. We're doing a multimedia stream here today. Because we still have notes from the first one. Yeah, title theme, right? Title theme in F. This piece also starting in F. That's why I put main theme here. It seems to me that these battle themes and the main theme are very much connected, and someone out there who knows the music a little bit better than me is likely laughing, going, yeah, well, you know, it'd be so cool if you could actually break that down. Well, I don't actually remember. Well, how about we do this? Right. Okay. I remember the main theme. I am the person out there. Okay. So, you know, I said main theme because yeah. Maybe too tenuous of a connection, so I'm gonna take advantage of this erase feature here. Also, nice to know that 84% of you, 82% of you prefer the digital whiteboard to the other whiteboard. Okay. All right, cool stuff. So basically what we have here is we have this 1 flat 2, 1 flat 7 relationship. And not only have we seen this with our motif number 1, for those of you who are keeping track of such things, was a melodic motif of 1 1 flat 2 flat 7, 1 1 flat 2 flat 7, all of these being scale degrees. And so what we can see here is even though we're moving into chords, so we have Roman numerals instead of numbers, the same connection is here, 1 to flat 2, 1 to flat 2, and then having the flat 7 in there is pretty cool. Maybe make it see-through. Oh, hey, if you guys are down, I know this is my stream, but I do ask you. All right, here, well, let's play a game. Will you play a game with me? He asked creepily. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a quick test. I like the whiteboard. Solid. Or see-through. And then I'm going to go, does he read YouTube chat? I don't know. You tell me. And here we go. We're just going to increase the transparency a scotch to see if that helps. Right, like a ticker. Yes, indeed. Let's give it a shot. Let's try 80%. See what that does. Chaka-laka boom. How are we with that? Okay. Fight, 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 fight. No, I think that's still pretty legible. I mean, y'all tell me. Makes it harder to read. Perhaps make the pen bolder. Well, turns out, God bless you if this is your first stream and you're still with us. Okay. Okay, cool. If you're having trouble reading it, type a 2. Yeah, well, this old whiteboard's going to be here for today because I need to be able to access it for old notes. Okay. So the 2s are having... I forget what I asked. I'm so distracted. Did I say 2 if you can't read it? Having trouble reading it? Maybe we need to make it bigger. Oh, it's about 50-50. Okay. Oh, 2 is not trouble. Like I said, I'm doing one too many things right now. Okay, and we have now visually burned like 10 minutes of this stream. Again, God bless you if you're still with us. All right, here we go. We're going to try this. There we go. Okay, here we go. All right, back to it. Sounds like it's harmonized with a 6. Okay, cool. So BP. But the dum sounds like it's got a dum. Sounds like it's got an A behind it. Ah, yes, but I'm a half step off. Okay. Basically, we have... Okay, so we have, we're in the key of D major, and in terms of notes, we have 3, 1, 3. Beep, 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 and then it's 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, what's interesting is that the 1 here, last time through, actually has a flat 6 chord underneath it, which gives it a very different color. And so that flat 6, that's one of those rock and roll chords, which takes us out of this world of 3, 1, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. If I just do that, da, 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 that's like we're in lullaby land. Da, 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 dee, da, dee, da. Da, da, dee, da, dee, da. Da, 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 dee, da, dee, da. Lullaby land. But by bringing in this flat 6 chord underneath, that's augmenting the lullaby, the kid-friendly ideas musically with a little bit of rock and roll, just a little bit of danger. Very cool stuff. Let's keep this going. Oh, I'm really enjoying not having to twist around to write on the whiteboard. so we started off with basically going 1, 2, 3, 4. So chord 1, chord 2, chord 3, chord 4. Dum, 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 da 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 dum. And then walking back down to 1. That's going to be our intro. Alright, now it's changing. So as we head into the A section, also I haven't done a stream in like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, so ears are a little rusty, but groove with me, we'll make this happen. So right there, it went to 1 in first inversion, so it's like, as opposed to going to the 3. So we have 1, 2, to 1 in first inversion, so it'll be 1 over 3. To 6. To 4. And then something changes. Maybe 4 to 4 major 7. We have 4. 4 major 7, something like that. Really what that is that's going to be 2 of 2, 5 of 2, maybe 2, 5, 1. And then that brings us to 2. Maybe it's a 2 minor major 7 there. No, to 4 minor 6. This goes 2, 4, minor 6, to I believe 3. Likely 1 in first inversion in there. Yeah, no, we'll call it 3. Okay, so then we go to 3 to 6. To 5 of 5 to 5. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the emotion that's going on here with this piece of music. So this sounds pretty carefree, but you can see towards the end, anytime we have these slashes come out to play, anytime we have slashes come out to play like this, anytime we have things like minor 6, that minus 6 there, it means there's going to be more nuance to the emotion. So I'll play it for you one time as it is. I'll play it for you one time taking away all those slashes, like putting something else there that wouldn't have a slash, and then putting it back in so you can hear the difference in the emotion. And then what would be really cool is you could tell me what your emotional word is for the different ideas. we go. Okay, so that's just as the composer did. Well, approximately how the composer did it. There may be a couple little things off in there, but that's broad strokes what the composer did. Now, let's do this again, but this time without all those slashes. And you're going to hear that it becomes quite a bit more vanilla. Ah, very different feeling, huh? Very different feeling. Very different feeling. So type in what your word would be for that last time of what I just played, where it doesn't have the same nuance and contrast, and it's almost like it's not quite as playful when you take away those secondary dominants. And anytime we see those slashes, right here we have a secondary 2-5. Anytime we have a 5 over a slash, it's a secondary dominant. So secondary dominants are going to be in blue, secondary dominant, secondary dominant. But go ahead and let me know what emotion. Yeah, no punch, says Mikhail. Right, no punch. Yep. Much less going on. Much less. Okay, cool. Let's keep this going. Generic, says Umbra. Yep. Received props. And I don't know if any of y'all are quite as old as I am, but there once was a time when you would actually say props to someone who did something nice, and you wanted to let them know that you thought they did a good job. You'd say props to that person. And wow, I feel old. Okay. Receive props, that's going to be in F. Yeah, I mean, basically it would have been which is 4, 3, 1, 2, 1. And F 4, 3, 1, 2, 1. And what we can see too is 4, 3, 1, 2, 1. If we come back here, when you look, for example, at the BP, it's all 3 1s and 4s. Different order, for sure. Different order, for sure. But still, having the same 4, 3, 1, 2, 1, and the 3, 1, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, both of them sound very up and positive and vibrant and celebratory, and that's because using a 1, a 3, a 4, and a 2 in almost any order, as long as you start and end on a 1, or at least you end on a 1, which brings things home and gives context to everything you've heard as landing on the 1, it makes things sound pretty happy and celebratory. Timmy says people stop saying that. I don't know. Maybe I don't get out enough. Okay, let's check out this next one. Dress up with props, which is funny because now it's literal props. Okay. All right, let's do this thing. I'm just going to grab that B section there, as I've said so many times in this OST. Something like that. Okay, so then we go to 3. And then it's 3 over flat 3. Exciting. Which creates like a minor major 7 sound. Over flat 3. And then we go to what I'm going to call 5, but kind of feels like 1 because it's hit on so hard here, but we're going to call it 5. And then we go to 5, 7. And then we have some like... Okay, and then there's this little groove thing here, which is like, a 1 to a 1 in first inversion to a 4 to a 5. And that 1, 4, 5, like we talked about before, and then you see that with single notes. Anytime you see that with chords, 1, 4, 5, if they're all major, it's going to sound happy and carefree. So this one's interesting too because it starts off with these 2 major 7 chords. And anytime you see these triangles here, triangles mean major 7, the actual quality of the chord. And almost feels like bossa nova-y, like hotel music, hotel lobby music, elevator music, if you will, is what those 2 chords together, especially in this genre and style, can feel like. But then it goes to this other place. Which is really cool too. So what's cool here is we actually have a 1, 3, 4, 5. And the reason why we have 3 is because 3 is actually the lowest note here in this chord. And so what it allows us to do, adding 3 or creating an inversion, is it actually gives this chord right here a longer life of something interesting happening with it. So if we didn't put the 3 there, it would sound like this. Which also is cool, but this, the dom, 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 having that extra bass note in here with the change of the lowest note to 3, that gives the 1 chord a little bit longer life of sounding interesting. So as opposed to it just being one long 1 chord here for this entire duration, it changes where the top of the chord stays the same. The top of the chord is still the 1, but the lowest note. Okay. Let's keep this thing going. We're going to do one more quick pull here. And let's go. I love that sound. It reminds me of old SNES games. I think they probably use it in old SNES games. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is likely going to be in the key of F. Yep. Okay, so it's on 5. And then it goes to 1. To 2. So 5. To 1. To 2. 2 major, not 2 minor. So borrowed from outside of the key. And then we have go to 4, then 4 minor 6, and then back to 1. Okay, so this chord right here is where the fun really is. It's in the minor 6, and I'll show you why. So I'll play this one time without the minor 6, and then I'll throw it in. So here it is without the minor 6. That's okay, but that's like all happy. Now, if we add in the minor 6, it adds this little touch of mystery to it. So so much better. So go ahead and type a 2 in the chat if you agree that having that minor 6 in there adds a little bit of extra mystery. Even if you don't understand the music theory, you can hear the difference, and it really brings in an extra level of je ne sais what into making it rock and roll. All right, let's keep this going. Okay, so what's really cool to start off with is if we actually go back a couple pieces of music, and we're going to bring this back a scotch. Is that, okay, let's look at dress up with props. And this is why it's so cool to write this stuff down, because then we can actually go back and look at this. And this is, oh, gosh, I love this. Okay, so let's look at dress up with props. Dress up with props starts where we're in the key of B flat major, and we have a 1. Oops, meant that to be a highlighter. There we go. We have a 1 to a 4. And then here in Stardom, it's like minor 4 to minor 1. So it's connected. It's connected as in there's a 4 and there's a 1. Yes, changing it, but oh, it's so cool. Now here it's really changing. Where are we? Yo! Okay. So now it's like we've moved to the key of E flat minor, which we might have been there all along, but hey, Okay, so on the key of E flat minor, and we're starting with a flat 6. Flat 6 to a 1, and then there's a little walk down on the 1. Back to the flat 6. Yeah, okay, so like a 1 to a 1 minor major 7. You know, these voices are moving internally, but that's okay. Minor 6. Back to the flat 6. And then to 1 major? Oh, that's so cool. And then it goes to flat 6. This time to 1, but not minor, but major. Oh, that is so cool. And then back to flat 6. And then like flat 7. And then some kind of dominant something. It feels like we go to a 5 area. It's a dominant area at the very least. And then 1 major. And so we really change here to being an E flat major, which is nuts. Something like that. All right, so we're in the key of E flat major, and it goes 1 over 7. We'll call that. Maybe we can call that. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, we'll call it 6. To 1 over 5. Or 1 in second inversion. And then to the 5 of 4. Which then brings us to 4. And then we have, again, another leading tone in perfect, authentic cadence, which we have seen so many times here, where it's the... So many pieces so far. You can go check them out in part 1, 2, and 3. Has this, you know, and I call it leading tone in perfect, authentic cadence. Whether the chords diminish or not, it's still moving by leading tone. The movement in the bass is by leading tone. So I'm going to call it. Yeah. So we have 4, and then we have what is going to be, we're going to call 7 diminished to 5, which then leads us to 5, and it does a 4, 3. So it moves from the sus to the non-sus. Okay, let's talk about the emotion here. So the emotion here of this piece is really interesting. So it starts off up here with like this, you know, you think it's going to go into this groovy minor thing happening of like, you know, let's see, where were we? And also too, thinking of it as B flat, because it's not uncommon. And when the chord progression is presented like that, it feels like it's in B flat. But really, considering the rest of the piece is in E flat, maybe it's been in E flat the whole time. And so really, what we have here for everyone who's doing math with me is actually going to be a 1 minor to a 5 minor. And really, this would be E flat. And then we head into staying in this E flat minor area, flat 6, a 1 to a 1 minor major 7 to a 1 minor 6, back to flat 6, then to major 1, the parallel major. It's nuts. Then a flat 6, flat 7, then basically 5 to 1 major. So we've moved out of this minor sound. It says, oh, it's melancholy, it's sad. And then we end up in this happy place with the parallel major, which is just absolutely insane. And then it goes in this totally different thing. Really, really cool. Really cool stuff. And by the way, please feel free to ask questions as we go through all this here music. Hello to Megadu1 and Prince Banana and Brian Omega 8 on Twitch. Glad you were joining us. Okay, let's keep this going. T048 says, I have waited so many years for someone who nerds out about this too. Yes. Yes. The geek rolls hard. Okay, let's keep this going. Oops, I put the wrong title here. This is Farce Stroll. Okay, so basically, the foundation of this piece is a 1-6-2-5, which sounds very down homey and very simple. And lovers await the break of day. Why do they fall in love? So many different pieces use this 1-6, 4-5. 2-5. See, the 4 and the 2 are interchangeable as the subdominant area, and it's written right there in front of me. You'll hear it works the same way. Why do birds sing so gay? Lovers await the break of day. Why do they fall in love? Cool. Okay, now let's get the rest of this. Oh, you know what's really funny? It is 4-5. And I wrote it down as 2. He's losing it. Look out. Okay, 4-5. have some interesting things over here. So right there, it goes 4 to minor 4, just like we had the minor 4. Where did we have it? There we go. So add the minor 4 over here. It's the same thing down here. So then it goes to 4 to a minor 4. And now it goes to 3. And then it's like 3, 6, 4, 5. 3, 6, 4, 5. And 3, 6, 4, 5 and 1, 6, 4, 5 is basically the same thing because there's one note different between the 1 and the 3. And so like we've talked about in parts 2 and 3, when we're thinking about substituting chords in, if 2 out of the 3 notes in both chords match, and there's only one note different, those can really be used interchangeably much of the time. Okay. Yeah, and then we do other stuff, but yeah. I think we'll stop our analysis of this piece right here. This is pretty cool. So we have the interestingness here of this 4, and this 4, whenever we have a movement of 4 to 1, oftentimes, not always, and we could definitely argue about this, but that's going to be called a plagal cadence, like plague, like doth plague us the wise, like plague, as in like locusts or frogs. You know. Does anyone have matzo ball soup? Because I would love some. We have 3 minor, right, is substituting through 1. So this is basically like a plagal cadence, but not just any plagal cadence, because 4 is minor. It's a minor plagal cadence, bringing us back to the 1. All right, let's keep this going. Oh, it's beautiful. All right, key of C major, or something like that. Okay, so we have like C. We have a 1 to a 5 of 4, which brings us to 4. I believe 4 was major 7 in its quality. That's actually 5-7 specifically. 4 to like flat 6. To where? To 3. This is a wild chord progression. This is so cool. I love how much I'm learning. Like, I've never, ever seen this chord progression. And then we have some tritone substitutions in the house. So we have the flat 2 of 2. That's our tritone sub. That leads us to 2 to then tritone sub of 1, which we just call flat 2. Oh, that's so cool. So in this case, the flat 2 here is substituting like an A7 or a 5 to bring us to the 2. The 2's minor. And then we have the flat 2, which would bring us back to the 1. Oh! I think this is the most tritone substitutions we have seen in an OST yet on this channel. We've covered quite a few. This also is rather a long OST. There are many tracks here. So look, it's like we took a 1, 4, 3, 5 progression, kind of. No, not quite. I don't really know how to simplify that right now, but that is really cool. That's just delicious. Hey, for all of you, there is 11%. So there's about 11 of you who think that the whiteboard is not 100% awesome right now. Would you please put, and I'm sorry for the extra work, but you telling me what I could make better, I will actually make it better. I'm not just going to listen to you and not do anything. For those of you who voted that the whiteboard is not 100% awesome right now, please let me know what it is you would like to see different. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Ah. Okay, so first it's going 1 2, then we'll call it 5 in first inversion. 5/7. And then, yeah, that repeats. And this right here, this is what a repeat sign looks like off of music. Well, that's rather a messy repeat sign there. Like a scotch more room. There we go. And then, yeah, technically the second bar should be a little thicker. Hey, by the way, if you'd like to get your start with understanding a little bit more about music, I recommend you check out the Best Music Theory book for beginners. 1, you can get it on Amazon, both Kindle and physical form. It has sold over 5,000 copies. And on the Amazon.com USA website, there's over 100 5-star reviews for this book. It's in its 3rd edition. So many updates. It'll help you understand, not just understand, but also create music, if that is your desire. All right. Maybe we switch the chat with the whiteboard location-wise to kind of close the gap between the board and the song title. Oh, yeah, Tango. Okay. Now, we're on 1 to 4. Okay, then it goes 1, 2, 4 to 5 of 5. 2, 5, and then it, this 5. It does this flat 6 5 thing. Bump, ba-dum. That's the. And we could think of this relationship between 5 and flat 6 as like the 1 to flat 2. It's that same relationship, and the relationship is a half step. Now we go parallel major. This is something we hear in tangos. So, or tango style music. Now, I'm no tango expert, don't get me wrong. I know a lot about music. I don't know much about tangos because I can't possibly know everything about all types of music ever. This is something I have heard in tangos before. Whether this is technically a tango, there's some tango specialists out there who's like, well, actually, it should need this one extra rhythm in here to really be called a tango. Yeah, whatever. Basically, I'm going to call it a tango. You can join me or not. And so we go to 1 major. So 1 to 4 minor, and then it's like 5 of 3 to 3. Except, yeah, but yeah, 5 of flat 3, and to flat 3. Then we go to 5. To correct or not? No, not quite. Oh, gotta figure that one out. That's a chord throwing me for the loop. So 5 to 1, pretty typical. And then 1, we'll call it minor 7. And what is that chord in the middle there? Oh, it's. Oh, it's like G in first inversion. D. Yeah. No, not quite. Yeah. Oh, homie, I do not know what that chord is. If anyone has perfect pitch, please feel free. This one's throwing me for a loop. Is there a B in there? If it was just diminished, I'm being silly. What? Yo, I do not know. It was just be diminished. No, that's not quite it. Yo, I do not know. It has an F, a B, and a D, which would be B diminished, but it's not quite. So B diminished ish. I'm not sure what that chord is. I have to come back and spend a little bit more time with that. That's crazy. Probably something really simple that I'm not thinking of. Ugh, whatever. All right, let's keep going. B diminished is a spell a wizard would cast and he says Time Horse. That's very funny, Time Horse. That's excellent. Great joke. All right, let's keep this going. Oh! All right, hang on. I'm going to start this from the beginning because I can write this all down. I just want to make sure I'm starting in the right place. This is really cool. All right, go. Oh my gosh. Okay. So look, what I'm freaking out about and absolutely loving is what's happening inside the chords. So you can see the chords here pretty straightforward. We have the 4 minor here, but other than that, it's 1, 3s, 4s, and 5s, basically. We have the 4 minor 6 here, which adds a little bit of, a little bit of that mysterious extra zhuzh nuance to things. But here's what really I'm loving. Right there. Boom, boom. Yeah, that little internal voice thing going on there is sick. Something like that. Ah. Delicious. By the way, I rate the new whiteboard 10 out of 10 because I don't need to turn around like this every 2 seconds to talk about something. So from that, yeah, much better. Yes, my calorie goal is going to go down over the stream, but hey, you know what? That's fine. Saturday's my rest day anyway. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Feeling Check. Feeling check. Okay. Feeling check. I wonder if that's different than feeling Polish or feeling Bosnian. Okay. You know what? Is that all it is? Okay, so the bass is going, which is like 6, 7, 1, and B major, but the chords are colored a little bit differently. So in the bass line is like 6, 7, 1. But these here chords, man. Something like that. I'm not going to take time to break down all those chords, but that's very cool. Vibe check. Very funny, Shaggy. All right, let's keep this going. Ah, another feeling check. Okay, this is perfect. Perf. Yeah. Okay, where did we end? What happened? Okay, so in the key of, we'll call it A flat major, we have 1 to 3 to 5. Back to 1. 1, 3, 5, 1. And anytime we have 1, 3, 5, and 1, and 3 is minor, and 1 and 5 are major, all of that's pulling from the major scale of the key, and that's going to sound very happy. You're happy. Okay, feeling check. Feeling close. And here we have a 2-5-1 in A. So here we're in A major. And we have 2, 5, 1. Boom. Bum, 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 I'm gonna guess C major, D major, E major. Right, okay. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, lukewarm. Who's Luke? Why is he warm? Lukewarm. Flat 6. Flat 7. 1. About. Okay. Oh, well, it's beautiful to hear Route 6 again, and we're just going to mosey on to our next piece here. Mosey on, baby. All right, so some real interesting things here. In addition to the actual speed of the song changing, slowing down, and speeding up, something I don't believe we've seen yet in this particular OST so far. Now, something interesting to look at is all the way back at the beginning, the lowest notes. Dum 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 dum. We're having, at least as far as I could tell, 1 flat 2 and flat 7, which is the notes we have for battle. For what, sorry? Battle. 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 Right here we also have flat 3. And then once those orchestra hits start going, those sound very Toby Fox way of using orchestra hits too. That really reminds me of something from Undertale. I'm not going to be able to put my finger on. And then switching between the parallel major, parallel minor, parallel major, parallel minor, back and forth, creating a very unique feeling and like nothing we've ever heard before. Befitting, indeed, a legendary Pokemon. Cool. Well, let's keep this going. Don't stop on the clock. DJ, turn Anvil Town up. I'm saying the words wrong, but you get it. Yeah. right, it's looping. We're going to bring it back to the tippy top. Oh, it's because I'm playing wrong notes. What the heck? Is that a 4 or a 2? That's a D. Oh! I'm starting to lose it. Alright, so first of all, it starts with a 5. We'll call it 5, 7, flat 13. And we go to 1. There's something in here. So many times this really obvious thing, and I'm always trying to find the more complicated answer. It's a simple answer. And 2, 5, we'll call it, kind of. I'm not getting this one perfect, but 2, 5. Then back to 1. This time major 7. Oh, let's skip down. 1 major 7. Me. It's like 4. We'll call it 1 major 7 to 4 minor 6. And then it's 2, 5 of 2. 2 of 2. 5 of 2. 2. Oi, oi. What's that second card? Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, then we have 4 minor 6 again. 4 minor 6 to what we'll call flat 7. Oops. What happened? Sorry. I know how to use YouTube. Full screen, maybe? Okay. Sorry, guys. Also, I'm going to turn the music up just a scotch here. To 3, 6. Well, we want to call this 5 of 2. Then to 5 of 5. Oi, how do we get back there? Yeah, it's chain to secondary now. Yeah, right. And then I'm simplifying here a little bit, but then it's 3, and then this chain of tritone substitutions. Flat 2 of 2 to 2. I think it was 2 minor here. 3 minor, and then to flat 2. And so we can see that same chain showed up not too long ago at the very end of a piece. Where was it? Well, not seeing it. But we had it. No. Ah, here it is. In Sweet Soiree, we had the flat 2 of 2. We had the 3, the flat 2 of 2, to 2 minor, to then flat 2. And that is basically what we've got here as well. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's keep this going. Because I'm not going to go grab the B section because, my goodness, we just spent 10 minutes. I mean, unraveling the A section. And by the way, this is the fact that it takes 10 minutes is no comment other than I have not been exposed to these patterns very much. So my pattern recognition for these particular patterns is pretty low. Which means I've got to actually sort through them, sort them out. But that's really cool because I get to learn things and share them with you. All right, let's keep this going with... All right, so this brings up a conversation for a pretty cool chord that, well, you don't see every day, but you do see some days, and you generally don't see it every day in the context. We just heard it in. So you can hear this chord sometimes that leads to a dominant chord. We have as a dominant chord that is sus4. So the spelling of this chord in terms of the chord tones is going to be root. Yeah, I'll do the... Oh, I don't need to cross things out. I got an eraser. Okay. Is going to be root, 4th, 5th, and 7th. Root, 4th, 5th, 7th. So root, 4th, 7th. There it is. Kind of like the first chord of It's a Hard Day's Night by the Beatles. That one has a couple extra notes in it. So it's like 1, 4, 5 with flat 7. That's a pretty cool chord. You know, and I said, oh, maybe we go to 4, but we don't go to 4. It's really a groove based around this one chord, essentially. And there's nuance, as there is always with these pieces, but there you go. Mojave Road says too many bridges. Well, that's exciting. All right, y'all, please feel free to ask questions as we go through. Part of the joy of doing this is getting to actually have dialogue with you. So please let me know if you have any questions. And let's keep this going with 12. let's pull this one back to the beginning and write down some stuff. Okay, so we have a 1, 2 minor to 1 over 3. Now we've heard that before in this stream today. Over 3 to 4 to 5 to 1 over 3. Oi. And 4, 5 again. And then kind of back down. Yeesh. And then there's 6 minor with a passing quarterback. That's 2. Okay. Or maybe. Yeah, okay. We'll call it a leading tone of perfect authenticating because we've heard that so much here. I don't think that's about right. Let's go into 2. So then we have the 7 diminished of 2, bringing us to 2. Then 505. And then to a 505. To 5, but it's sus 4. Bro. On our way back to 1, we go by 4, and we're back to 1 in first inversion. And then 4, 5. And then same idea. 4, 5. It might have been 4 or 5 in there, but either way, Then we do a leading tone to 6. Yep. Okay, and then we have 7 diminished of 6, which leads us to 6. Oh, we're almost there. No. So then we have like 6 to 5, and yeah, we're off the reservation in terms of measures now. To 5, 2, 3. Basically 4, major 7 to 5, sus 4. And then minor plagal cadence. Lord have mercy. 4 minor, we're going to call it 6, back to 1. Okay, so a couple interesting things to point out here is, number 1, the number of times that the 1 has a 300s, the number of times that 1 is in first inversion, and how that it keeps it from landing and finding home until we get to the 1 that's all the way at the end. And on top of that, it feels marchy, it feels royal. There's something processional sort of about having those 1s in first inversion all the time. And that also leads to base movements where we have 3 goes to, well, here, yeah, 3 goes to 4, 3 goes to 4, 3 goes to 4, 3 goes to 4. Oh, and we have a question in the chat, which is, the time signature of this piece of music. You know, it could be just the amount of time that I spend thinking about and teaching music in 4/4, but I'd like to think about this as being in 12/8. You could think about this in terms of being 6/8, and you could be right. Yeah, 12/8 or 6/8. Question between 12/8 and 6/8 is, are we counting this as 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2? So 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, based on the phrasing of the melody, I would go with 12-8. But you might find someone who could disagree with me, and you might also be able to find someone to prove me wrong and prove that it is in fact 6-8 instead of 12-8. But yeah, I'd say 12-8. Okay, let's keep this going. All right, well, that was fun. We're just going to go to the next one because that was... It's going to take like 5 minutes to break down that kind of thing. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Those sounds must be from... like Pokemon Red and Yellow. All right, cool. So, Poké Transfer, we're in the key of F, which is indeed the key of our main theme, among other pieces of music we've heard so far in this here OST. And we had a fair bit, and I'm simplifying just a scotch, but we had 1 to 4 major 7, back, and a 4th. Round and round it went, and then at one point, I feel like it went to a 1-6-2-5 or that in there. Have a 1, a 4. To 3, 6. And see how I'm starting to catch the 3, 6s a little bit faster? It's because I've heard them so many times down this OST that I'm starting to get better at that pattern. And then that might be our Triton. Yeah, and then sure enough, a flat 2 of 5. That tritone substitution, which brings us to 5, which then brings us back to a 1. All right. Let's keep this going. Please feel free to ask questions. Very Super Mario World. That yeah, but it very Super Mario World. Okay, catch your pocket monster and something like that. I'll tell you what. Let's take a peek. Where are we headed to? Let's go straight to Trainer's Eyes Meet. Instead of taking a lot of time on these catch your Pokemon things, let's get to some of the things that might be more interesting to you. So let's check out Trainer's Eyes Meet, and then we're going to go straight into Black City and then White Forest. What is that turnaround? Maybe. Maybe. And then to 4 minor. And then to 1. Okay, then same thing again. Maybe not B flat. Zip, 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 dub. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Let's keep going. And I will say unto you, in the words of myself, not 10 minutes ago, and also in every other part of the thing, let me go back and listen to the B section. Oops, I pressed the wrong button again. Sorry. Play. Oh! Keys, like maybe something. Might have to come back and change this. But B flat major. It's like dee da dee ba da. What on earth? Okay, it's like 1, then it's like A flat major 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, yeah, we'll just analyze this in the key of B flat because what the heck. Okay, flat 7 to flat 3 major 7. 5 of 2 to 5 of 5 to 5. Then flat 6, major 7. Lord have mercy. Okay, and then to 5 of 2 again. And that turns us back around to the beginning. Guys, this is nuts. This is so cool. Okay, so look, we have, it starts off like we're in the key of E minor. E minor major 7, E minor 7, E minor 6. And then totally shifts gears. B flat major 7 to A flat major 7 to D flat major 7 to G7, C7 to F minor, which is like a minor 5. It makes us feel like maybe we've been in F minor this whole time. Who knows? And then G flat major 7 to G, which makes us feel like maybe we're going to go to C, but no, we go back to E minor. This is so cool. So cool. So it's like there's like fake outs in this city. There's something wrong with this city. There's something disconnected in this city. There's something incongruent going on in this city, if I had any guess, based on what's going on in the music. Because the music is telling us a story where things are a little discombobulated. T048 says, I'm glad you make this video. I've never paid attention to how insane this chord progression is. It's really cool. This is really cool. So I'd love to know what weird things happen to be going on in this city, because it seems to me like there's something really, really strange going on in the city based on the music. Wow. All right, cool. Let's keep this going. White Forest, I believe. And then we go 6, 5, 4, 1. What happens after that? So this seems like a very playful forest. Very playful, maybe mischievous even. This sounds mischievous, and I'll tell you why it sounds mischievous. It sounds mischievous because there's... That sounds a little mischievous, but then it's like pretending to be serious for a second. And it's like, no, we're not serious. So, please confirm, is this indeed a mischievous forest? I'd love to know if the emotion that I'm hearing is correct. Let me know, is this a mischievous forest? Type a 2 in the chat if it is mischievous. Take care, Davis Bradwell. More peaceful than mischievous. Okay, that's cool. Interesting. All right, let's keep this going. If I was to distill this down, I would call this a 1, 3, 4. But even there, that's oversimplifying the magic of the music. Certainly in this case. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's keep it going. So it's like a 1, flat 3, flat 6, flat 7. What's cool is over here we actually hear a B natural, so we actually hear scale degree 6 here. Type of 3, if you heard that fire alarm, that was exciting. Yeah. And ending on the parallel maple, let's grab that chord change. Okay, so then the last time it doesn't go to flat 7. Last time it goes to 5 minor, and then we're at 4 minor. Holding too many things in my hands. It's like minor 4, minor 5 to parallel major 1. Really interesting. So it starts off with a 1 minor and ends with a 1 major. Really fascinating chord progression. Again, another chord progression. I've never heard this exact chord progression before. This is really exciting. Yeah, really cool stuff. Let's keep this going. Begin an Entralink mission. We're going to let that one go and grab the next one. Cool stuff. All right, so that was a 1 to flat 7 to 1 to a minor 5. Interesting choice of the minor 5 there. Kept it feeling more smooth and steady than actually bringing in that dominant 5 there. All right, let's keep this going. Let's get the next one. Andiamo. Oh, how exciting. Yucks. Alright, let's grab it. 1, 5, 1. We're going to call this the key of a D flat major. And we go 1, 5, 1. 2, 5, 3, 6, 2, 5, 3, 6 seems to me. Let's double check that. 2, 5, 3, 6. Let's make sure that 3 is not actually at 5 or 6. 2, 5, 1. 2, 5. Oh, not quite. Oh yeah. 7, 6. Or 5. 4, 5. Let's make sure that wasn't a 4 before. It was. It is actually a 4, not a 2. 4. Oops. 4, 5, 1, 6, 4, 5, 1, 7, 6, 7, 1. 7, 7, 1. Right at the end, that little lick thing. Cool. So what we can see here is the gentleman sounds rather vanilla. Why does gentleman sound vanilla? There are no slashes. There are no flats. So because there's no slashes, bringing in chords from other places like secondary dominants or indeed tritone substitutions, every chord here that we're hearing is from the key. So it sounds a little bit vanilla. That's the way it goes. Let's keep this going. My child, don't you know? Undertale, Undella. Undella Town seems like an abandoned town made out of stone by the sea. This is what it sounds like. Okay, so we're in B flat and it's like 4 major 7. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? To kind of like a 6 there. Minor 7. Maybe 4-1. I'm guessing a little bit here. Kind of again, 4 to 6, kind of. And then it's like 4 to 1 in first inversion, kind of. Thank you so very much for your generous super chat, Talix. Thank you very much. That's also your first super chat ever. So thank you very much for your support. I read all the super chats at the end. All right, yeah. Delightful. So I'm not going to grab all these right now, but this is really, really beautiful. And ba-da-ba. Oh, huh. This song is McDonald's. It's not even a song, it's a piece. This piece is McDonald's. I'm loving it. Shout out to Pete Holmes. Okay, let's keep this going. It be loop, and I'm going to bring it back to the top and grab the chords. Flat 7. 2, 5, 4, 3. There we go. Okay, and then 1 for a long time. And then we go to the B section. And the B section is 4, 5 of, 6, 2, 6. To 5 of 2. Oh. Interesting. Back to 5 of 6. Oh, and again. To 6. To 5 of 2. Oh, then it's like straight back. Yeah, okay, that's really interesting. Okay, and then it loops that. All right, let's play along with that if we can. And there's one chord that brings us back. Yeah, and then it goes to 5. Oh, and then the very last time we hit the 5, which then brings us back to 1. That is really cool. So what we have here is kind of the... Oh... Gosh, what song use? It's like it doesn't really find a home, kind of like how the Royal Road progression keeps going around. Sorry. Which then brings us back to 1. That is wild. That's a lot of fun. All right, let's keep this going. All right, I'm gonna guess that Cynthia is a really nice sort of like grandma who makes you tea and gives you cookies. Kidding. Cynthia does not sound like a good time. So we have B minor. We have 1, 2, 4, 1 to 5 to 1, and then. Yeah. Ender Nightblood says, well, yes, but also no. Well, I'm sure there's nuance in there somewhere because the interest in any story or chord progression or melody a lot of the times is in the nuance. Yeah, battle Cynthia. All right, so what I'm going to break down for you is the A section here. So the A section is going to be an A5 to G5, essentially, F5 to G5, and it goes back and forth. And at this point, you're thinking, likely, that it's major, but no, it actually ends. Excuse me, that's minor, but it actually ends on a 1 major. Which is nuts. So this parallel major, parallel minor, we've now seen this quite a few times played out here in this OST. What is parallel major, parallel minor, you ask? Well, if we have, for example, here, an A minor chord, and then we have an A major chord, because they are both A's, they are parallel in their relationship. And because they are parallel in the relationship, this one has a little minus sign, it means it's minor. This one has no sign after it, it's blank, which means it's major. So that's parallel minor and parallel major. And they change by 1 note. Here's parallel, here's the major, here's the minor. Major, minor, major, minor, major, minor, major, minor, major, minor. Okay, let's keep this going. Okay, so something I want to point out here is this now after the legendary Pokemon battle piece that we heard. This is now, I believe, the second piece we've heard where it actually speeds up and slows down. So I want to point this out to you, how this speeds up and slows down. Also sounds, yes, lots of traditional Japanese instruments. Yes, Shakuhachi. It almost sounds like, yeah, great call there, Skull Kid in the chat. Let's keep this going. Here's the speed. Yeah, now that speed is no longer the speed of the music. Now it's like discover majestic Japan, right? Type a 3 in the chat if you could hear how the speed of the music went from fast to slow. Again, type a 3 in the chat if you could hear the difference when the music went from fast to slow. Type a 3 in the chat. All right, T48 could hear it. Falk Man could hear it. A bunch of you. All right, great. Okay, very cool. All right, let's keep this rocking. Next. Well, what's fun is this is basically the battle theme we've heard a couple of times but reworked, rearranged. So what I would encourage you to do is, if you're interested, go and listen to some of the older battle themes and then listen to this one and see if you can spot the difference in the instruments that are used. And even if you don't know the names of the instruments, you say, well, there's more bangy things. Just see if you can spot a difference. That would be a fun activity for you to do. Okay, let's check out this next one. So we're now looping. I'm going to grab it. If I'm not mistaken. Ah. Okay, that's pretty interesting. That's the first time we've heard that in this piece. So we have 1 to 1 major 7. To 1 dominant 7 to 1 6. Now, we've heard this with the minor version a whole bunch of times with the OST. I think this is the first time we've heard this with major, which is pretty cool. We have 4 to 3. I don't know about you, but I think the first time I played Pokemon Sapphire, and I think it was a surf rock. It was a surf stone or something you could give to your Pokemon, and then you could finally surf with them, so you could go to like some island you couldn't get to otherwise. Oh, what a sweet feeling that was. And I think I might have just surfed around for like half an hour because I was so stoked to get that. Let me know your stories of the first time you got the surf, whatever it was. The HM. Surf disc. Yeah, fun stuff. Let me know the first time you got that and how fun it was to... In Sapphire, you would stand... It looked like you were standing on your Pokemon's head as they were, like, zooming around. Okay, and then we have 2 to 5. Maybe to flat 9 there. Yeah. 5 to, we'll call it 5, 7, flat 9. Ah, so cool. Now, instead of descending, we're going up. Oh no, it crashed. It crashed. We analyzed too hard. It couldn't keep up. In all fairness, that's a lot of writing. Okay, great. Well, fortunately, it saved our spot. We're going to pick up right where we left off. Okay. So we had... Dum, dum, ding. Dum, ding. Dun, dun, ding. Dun, dun, ding. Dun, dun, dun. I believe there. Oh, it does. Oh, that is so just cute. That is like the cutest thing ever. Okay. So now we have 1 to 1 augmented to 1 6, then to 1 7. So you can see here the numbers are going down. We go from 7 to 6. And here we go, 5, 6, 7. The numbers are going up. This is a really interesting juxtaposition to have on the other side of this chord progression. So the numbers going down here, which gives us one feeling, the number going up, which gives us a totally different feeling. Yeah, cool. And we'll leave it there, and then it goes to the B section where it does something along those lines. Perhaps indeed it goes to Rivers in the Desert thing, but that is really cool. Ah, really delightful. This right here, this is just the coolest. That there's this and then this. That is so cool. So the first time, all right, check this out. What's going to happen is when I say an inner voice or a voice in the middle, what I'm talking about is a note within the chord. It's not the highest note. It's not the lowest note in the chord that's going to be changing. And all the other notes are going to stay the same. So check this out. Here we have this note's going to change. This note's going to change. This note's going to change. So this stayed the same. We had 3 notes the same, and the 4th note changed. A little flub there. And then the second time around, same idea. 1 note's going to change. This note's going to change. So each time, a whole group of notes stay the same, and just 1 note moves inside it, which totally transforms the emotion of the chord, the feeling of the chord. It gives it motion and changes the emotion. Delightful. Let's keep this going. So there's clearly something very mysterious about the Abyssal Ruins, perhaps something that defies the laws of typical physics or something. And I'll tell you what makes me say that. It's the disconnect between the melody and the chords. And disconnect is a very subjective term, but I'm using it here just to describe the relationship between the chords and the melody that sits over the chords. The chords are telling you one story, the melody's telling you a different story. And so there's almost like there's two different stories or two different paths or two different worlds within this abyssal ruin. Whenever I see the word abyssal, I think of an abyssal whip from the original RuneScape, which was one of the I think that it was an abyssal whip, wasn't it? One of the best, or the best weapon you could get. So I'd love to know, let me know in the chat, what exactly is happening here in this abyss, whether it is actual... Yeah, the Sitar, a desert, I'm sure, because we associate that with India, hot place. RuneScape was built different. A big underwater maze. That's exciting. Now, is there something where, like, is there, like, air and water? Are there two different elements? Dive underwater, hunt for treasure. Indiana Jonesing. Well, that's exciting. All right, let's keep this going. So definitely a little bit different than Route 12 that we heard the first time. Oh yeah, very different. So even the beginning here, Route 12. Let's compare. So they're actually in the same key. They're both in the key of B. But here, when this starts off, let's take it back to the tippy top. Yeah, okay. Pretty much we can keep up to here is copied, right? So we have this 1, we have the 2, we have, yeah, we'll call it the 1/3, to 4, to 5. that's where we're changing. So 4, 5, 4, 3, doody, B. Or maybe I just wrote it down. Actually, might actually be. Okay, hold on. So we have the to 2. Oh, sorry. I'm losing it. It's been a long stream. It's exactly the same. All right, let's keep this going. I just haven't been writing things out measure-wise, which I could do. That would be an improvement. Oh! It's looping. We're right back to the top, and we're actually going to write down them chords. Let's do it. All right, we're going to say we're in the key of a B flat minor, and so we're starting with 1, 2, 7, 2, 6, 2, 7, all flats. That's 4. Yeah, 5s. I'm losing it. Sorry, guys. I don't know. Losing it. Okay, 1, 5. That's like once we hit the reverse. That's flat 6, 5, 1. The B section for today. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling. The beatboxing. I'm gonna grab the B section. Three. Second ending, 5-7. Hangs out just like here. Second ending does a quick 5-1. Cool, we got it. Village Bridge. Oh, yeah, jumping down goody. Stomping back on, stompy. Stompy, juggy doogie da. I don't know the words. That was delicious and delightful. We're not going to break that one down. We're going to keep going. It's been a long stream. We're almost there. Keep it going. Come on, Mr. DJ, turn the music up. It does feel very Smash Bros, doesn't it? Hey, I'd love to hear from you. Put in the chat if you're live, if you're watching on demand. Put it in the comments what your favorite fight theme has been so far in this entire OST. Didn't Meowth have something on top of his head? Like little things like that or something? I'm terrible at doing this. Okay. There's also the... if you want to know what my brain thinks of Meowth looks like. So long it's been since I've seen a... I'm pretty sure I'm spelling it. I'm pretty sure there's a W. Oh, yeah. Oh, I did that so bad. All right, here. All right. One more time. He did have little things on his forehead. Oh, I did the ears wrong. There we go. There we go. Better. Still not great, but better. There we go. Oh, and I had the lines going the wrong way. Okay. We did it. We did it. We made it happen. It still looks like the Reddit mascot, says Demi Joker. Yeah, that second time was much better. It actually looked like a cat. Forgot how to do cat's ears. Okay. Dan art stream went, yet never. Okay, here we go. Alright, it's looping now. So what we hear here, if you go back and listen to other battle themes, you will hear many similarities here. Yes, bass and groovy rhythm time, the CUP. Oh. Hey, Jellycore. Great to see ya. Loving this. This part does go so hard, doesn't it? Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay. So what's wild here is we have the sort of one flat 2, flat 7 idea of so many battles previous, but like harmony wise, it really sits in just 2 areas, the 1 and the flat 7, even though there's so much going on. And indeed, this in and of itself is rather an oversimplification for the magic that's going on in the music. Let's keep it going. I am so ready for dinner. Let's go. Let's go. First time through. 1, 2. Oh, I'm starting to lose it. Right. 1 to 5 of 4 to flat 3 to 4. 2, 4. No. Yo. Okay. So 5 of 4. 4. To flat 3. To 5. Another really cool chord progression where it's like it's not all straight down the middle stuff. A little bit of rock, a little bit of not rock. Delightful. All right, let's keep this going. All right, let's grab those there cords. That. Homie. Then we go to 4. And flat 6, flat 7. But what happens before that? Something. Something. Well, we got almost all of them. Let's keep it going. If you can't tell, I'm starting to lose it. We're almost there. We are almost there. Okay. Almost there. You can do it. You can do it, Dan. You've got this, buddy. Oh, sick. Hey, can we just enjoy this one? This is amazing. Plus, it has all the fun sounds. Like, it sounds like real instruments. Absolutely delicious. Let's see if we have some other cool bonuses coming up. Oh, we do. All right, we got some fun bonus sounds coming up here. So this is what we're going to do. We are going to We're going to listen to Pokemon Black and White World Champion Final music because we know we got to listen to that. And then we'll leave these other bonuses running as we do the super chats. Here we go. Oh, sick. It happened. Thank you so much for requesting that be part of this stream.